I please have the roll call.
Devin Conley.
Lisa Henry.
Bill Lambert, trustee record show that 4 trustees are present. Trustee DeFazio may be late, but he also may not be able to make it this evening. Does anyone have any comments on the agenda? Seeing none, we have one in-person speaker who wishes to make a comment on the agenda.
I didn't keep a copy for me. That's okay. I think I can do this without notes.
Introduce yourself.
One of the things is the paper I just handed to you, which I haven't handed in before or sent before, is the problem on the front explains in the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union, Northern California, frequently asked questions on the Brown Act. This is a portion that talks about people having to identify themselves by name when they're working with public bodies. This doesn't explain the full extent of the law having to do with agendas and signing into meetings, but it does catch the essence. And that is, you don't have to identify yourself by name in a public meeting. And if there are speaker cards, first of all, you don't have to use a speaker card if you don't want to. But I know out of courtesy, it's good for us to do it. But it absolutely is getting to this issue that I complained verbally before and sent in a card to the superintendent. Gave it to him in one of the meetings, is that the card you have now does not have the disclaimer that you don't have to sign your name on it. Okay? That's a violation of the Brown Act. This now, of course, is just comments. It's not legally getting the wheels starting to go in motion. But if it doesn't get corrected, the wheels will go in motion. There'll be something before that you'll have to vote on. It'll be a cease and desist letter according to how the Brown Act government code works for trying to resolve these without going to trial. In this case, I also want you to look at the other side, which has the portion of this agenda, the printed agenda, also has the same kind of error on it. It says, you know, hand in a card. In this case, it doesn't say sign your name on the card, but it does say identify yourself by name. I want this corrected. I really want it corrected now. It can't be corrected now because this agenda is already out, but it can't be corrected for your next agenda. And those packets of cards, whatever they are, can have a disclaimer put over to the side, name optional, or on the back, can be run through the copy machine, name optional. I would like you to do this. I would like you to come in compliance. Your secretary of the board, who is your superintendent, is responsible for getting these things and getting them right. And when you've been told that it isn't right, it's going to be a problem if it isn't made right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more in-person speakers? Do not see any. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak in item 1B? I do not see any. Bring it back to the board for any more comments or a motion.
I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Reed to approve the agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Trustee DeFazio absent. Next, we move on to item 2, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Does anyone wish to speak on the closed session agenda items? I see one speaker in person. Maybe begin.
Okay, let's see how I can do this under 3 minutes. Yeah, the issue on the superintendent's evaluation, I think the issue that I just brought up is one of the minor issues that you ought to evaluate him on. Does he actually listen to community comments? And when they're written down and explained, does he have the wherewithal to actually implement them quickly so it doesn't escalate to be a problem? This can also be a problem with superintendents in other kinds of things. I know there's a trial going on now in Santa Clara County having to do with a teacher who said there was a um, human relations uh, department problem with how she was handled a number of years ago when she made some complaints. That's an example of something escalating out of control because it wasn't handled particularly well in the beginning. So here's another comment on his job performance. This isn't perhaps quite as trivial, but he's in the beginning and we're a different community than his community in Los Altos was. So as I said before, he's done a pretty good job, I've heard, of talking to people, even some of the yelping watchdogs. And they've generally said he's been courteous. He seems to listen to them. But part of the issue isn't just listening. Part of the issue is doing. And this board is a different board. I hope I can see some of you. I even say, Trustee Henry, there's some things about governance that I've seen you speak up about that I'm glad to hear you speaking up, even though you're a first term, not quite wet behind the ears anymore, trustee. Thank you very much for your efforts. It's a hard thing to evaluate superintendents. I'm glad you're doing it, but you need to be very honest about how you evaluate the person who sets the scale for how things are done. Thank you.
Thank you. Do not see any other speakers in public. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak on the closed session agenda items? I don't see any, so we'll end the open session at take this. Okay, we are returning to open session at 6:08 PM. No reportable action was taken during closed session. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the school showcase by Mistral School. I will let you start it.
Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Bear, Assistant Superintendents, and community members. My name is Claudia Olaceregui, and I'm the very proud principal of our dual immersion program at Gabriela Mistral. I'm very happy and excited to be here tonight for this showcase, as I brought with me exemplary quetzales from 5th grade, 3rd grade, 2 of our teachers from 3rd grade that help us make this happen. And they're going to just share a little bit about our school, and then they're going to present short poems in Spanish that is part of their curriculum in 3rd grade. Muy buenas noches.
Before you begin, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, yes. We're going to get there. And I'm not going to do that. Our students are. So I'm going to do it in a minute. Muy buenas noches a todos. Aquí estoy muy contenta y orgullosa de estar aquí en esta reunión hoy como directora de nuestro plantel de educación bilingüe en Gabriela Mistral. Estoy aquí con mis alumnos de 3º y 5º que nos van a ayudar a presentar lo que hacemos en 3º y nuestras maestras que han ayudado a que aprendan poemas en español que van a recitar para ustedes. I'm going to hand it off, trustee, to Adele, who's going to guide us to the pledge in Spanish and in English. At Mistral, we do it one day in English and one day in Spanish.
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta Directiva, Superintendente Bear y miembros de la comunidad. Mi nombre es Adele y estoy en 5º grado en Gabriela Mistral. Por favor, pararse para el juramento a la bandera. Yo prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la República que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Now in English. I pledge allegiance to God in the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Bear, and community members. My name is Emily Delgado, and I am a 5th grader at Gabriela Mistral. At Gabriela Mistral, I feel proud to be part of the dual immersion program, where we follow a 50-50 model that helps us become truly biliterate in both Spanish and English. Each day, we learn some subjects in Spanish and others in English, which gives us a chance to practice both languages equally. Being able to speak, read, and write in 2 languages is really important in today's global world. It helps us connect with more people, understand different cultures, and be more prepared for the future. At Mistral, we value diversity, inclusion, and equity, and it's inspiring to know that 85% of our teachers have a bilingual Spanish credential. They help us celebrate who we are and where we come from, while also encouraging us to grow into open-minded, multilingual leaders.
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta Directiva, Superintendente Bear y miembros de la comunidad. Mi nombre es Logan y estoy en 5º grado en Gabriela Mistral. En Gabriela Mistral me siento orgulloso de ser parte del programa de doble inmersión, donde seguimos un modelo de 50 y 50 que nos ayuda a ser verdaderamente bilingüe en español e inglés. Cada día aprendemos algunas materias en español y otras en inglés, lo que nos da la oportunidad de practicar ambos idiomas por igual. Poder hablar, leer y escribir en dos idiomas es muy importante en el mundo global en el que vivimos hoy, ya que nos permite comunicarnos con más personas, entender diferentes culturas y estar mejor preparados para el futuro. En Mistral valoramos la diversidad, la inclusión y la equidad y me inspira saber que el 85% de nuestros maestros tienen credencial bilingüe en español. Ellos nos ayudan a celebrar quiénes somos y de dónde venimos, mientras nos animan a crecer como líderes multilingües y de mente abierta.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alisa. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Ashley Diana Gómez. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Katie Adriana Santiago. Dragones de nubes que van todas, chéveres en las nubes con grandes reflejos, en el cielo a lo lejos. Ay, veo dragones con grandes colas deslizándose inmenso. ¿Qué ves en las nubes con grandes reflejos? Dime, dime, ¿qué ves? Ay, veo caballitos alcanzando el viento, surcando el azul, a todos poder. Gracias. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Yaneli Brito Guerra. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Ashley Cortázar. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Aurora Ishira. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Liz Menéndez Ramos. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Yaneli Rodríguez. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Mía Payares Hernández. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Evelyn Hernández Lerma. Reunión familiar, por alma flor anda, mi casa está repleta con tanta gente, vinieron de visita nuestros parientes, abuelas, tíos, primos y mis padrinos, mis padres, mis hermanos y los vecinos, comemos, conversamos y nos reímos, solo con estar juntos nos divertimos. Gracias. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Kenia Godínez. Bilingüe, por alma florada, porque hablo español. Puedo oír los cuentos de mi abuelita y decir familia, madre, amor. ¿Por qué hablo inglés? Puedo aprender de mi maestra y decir I love school. ¿Por qué soy bilingüe? Puedo leer libros y books. Tengo amigos y friends. Disfruto canciones y songs. songs, juegos y games, y me divierto el doble. Y algún día, porque sé hablar dos idiomas, puedo hacer el doble de cosas, puedo hablar el doble de personas y hacer lo que hago bien. Gracias.
That concludes our presentation for tonight. I hope you enjoy it. I'm just very proud of them and their great work and the amazing staff that we have at Mistral that make magic happen in two languages. So thank you for having us here. Gracias por tenernos aquí.
Thank you very much. And we typically will ask the kids to come up and we'll take a picture together. Our agenda shows we have a 10-minute recess. I don't think we need to take that unless anybody would like to eat or anything else.
We have treats for them when we bring them out.
Okay, we have 5-minute recess. Okay, we're starting the meeting again at 6:25 after a brief recess. Next item is the consent agenda. Does anyone have any comments on the consent agenda? Does any member of the public wish to speak on the consent agenda? Don't see anyone in person and online. Ms. Liu, would you like to speak, please?
Hi, thank you so much. I'm calling because I was looking through the contract list and I noticed that there's like a big item of AMR Health. It's 697,000 for the next school year. I was hoping that that can be brought out into into discussion, just so we can get a better understanding of what that is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? I do not see anyone. Have any, Trustee Conley?
I wanted to make a motion to pass the consent agenda with the revised personnel report.
I have a second. I'll second the motion. We have a motion by Trustee Conley to approve the consent agenda with a revised personnel report. A second by Trustee Lambert. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to communications. First, we have the employee organizations. We have anyone from an employee organization who wishes to speak? Do not see anyone in person or online. Next, we'll move to the superintendent report.
Yes, good evening. A few items this evening. First, big thanks to all the board members, the staff and volunteers who helped us celebrate our multilingual students at the reclassification ceremony last week. We had 170 students being celebrated, representing 24 different languages in our district. We're proud of their hard work and to reclassify as English proficient this school year, and happy to recognize this important milestone and the collective effort it represents. And welcome to our MC, Mr. Jeff Chang, here this evening. Also, Graham Middle School hosted their 8th annual Grammys Film Festival last night. And amazing to see on screen the amount of student talent and dedication to their craft. Among the many awards, the 2025 Best Overall Film was awarded to Jens and Jeremy for 8th graders signing off. You can see their films on GMS TV's YouTube channel. I want to thank Mrs. Hausman for sharing with me a film yesterday or today. It was filmed in the Graham MUR, and it was all about the very small fan at the top of the Graham MUR, which is something I noticed the first time I went in there. And apparently a filmmaker at Graham noticed it as well. Also, congrats to a group of Graham Middle School students for winning first place in the 2025 Garrett Morgan Sustainable Transportation Competition hosted by Minetta Transportation Institute. Aria, Nathaniel, Mason, and Noah impressed national judges with their project, Evolving Technology, which showcased innovative ideas for greener, more accessible transportation. So big congratulations to them. And as we finish up our Staff Appreciation Week, just a big note of gratitude for all the outpouring of appreciation by our community to our teachers and staff members at our campuses. Really appreciate everyone thinking of our folks who work so hard all year in educating our kids. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move on to community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak on this item? Don't see anybody in person. I see one speaker online. Ms. Actor?
Hi, good evening. I have two off-agenda items I would like to address. First, I'd like to address the organization of the agenda, and second, I'd like to make a formal request for a future agenda item. With regard to the current agenda organization, a community member wrote in to public comments about the format, asking for contracts to be presented in a table format. I very much support that idea and hope that staff will make that change for us. Another community member suggested limiting the dollar amount for consent agenda items to $100,000. I also support this idea. In fact, I think FICMAT recommends not putting big ticket items on consent. Finally, on this topic, in furtherance of making board materials accessible, I would also like to see a search tool provided on the district website whereby community members can easily search through past board meeting materials. Okay, on a second topic, I want to address inventory. In 2007 to 2008, Santa Clara County conducted a grand jury investigation into school district inventory practices. I'll share some findings from that report, and I'm speaking tonight as a community member who has not seen the topic of inventory on any agendas over the last year. I may have missed it, but I'm here to request a formal review of our school district's inventory to be put on an agenda in the near future and to be included annually thereafter. Here are some highlights from the report. Section 41010 of the Cal Ed Code requires school districts to follow California School Accounting Manual with regard to inventory. For good internal control systems, CDE recommends that a physical inventory of the district's property and equipment be taken at least annually. Section 35168 of Cal Ed Code states that the inventory records must list the description, name, ID numbers, and original cost of all items of equipment acquired by it whose current market value exceeds $500. Procedure 410 of the California School Accounting Manual includes several pages of detailed recommendations and suggested procedures. The grand jury found that many school districts are not rigorous in their methods of conducting inventories. So with regard to accountability, the grand jury survey included the question, are persons entrusted with responsibility for district property and equipment held accountable if that property is lost or misplaced? 9 school districts in the grand jury's report answered no. Given that we've had some accountability challenges over the past year, I would very much like to see this inventory topic agendized and addressed very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Actor. Don't see anyone else wishing to speak. Therefore, we'll move on to item 10, review and action. First item is an action item, Mount View Westman School District Plus Expanded Learning Program Plan and Contract. Director Chang will be presenting.
Good evening, Board. Following the April 24th, 2025 Board of Trustees meeting discussion regarding the expanded learning programs in our district, staff is presenting today the 25-26 MVWSD Plus Expanded Learning Program Plan and Contract for your approval.
Are there any questions from the board? I do have one question. So it has to do with funding. It looks like in order to meet next year's budget, we're going to have to, we'll take up pretty much, require a lot of reserves that we currently have to meet, to balance the budget for these programs. Then how do we expect to the following year? And some of these programs are expanding too. How are we going to finance the following year?
Yeah, that's an important question to ask. I just want to make a point that we're okay for next year, but next year, one of the big challenges that I will be facing and also our team members is to come up with a multitude of different options to explore and for this body to talk about, discuss, ask questions about so that we can come to a plan that makes the most sense for our community. And considering our reserves and our budget and all of those things, we're going to take the entire year to essentially to go through a process of figuring out how to make this sustainable in the long run.
Okay, thank you. sort of want to comment. I mean, I rarely have opportunity to interact with programs, but I have recently at Crittenden, at the after-school programs, and I'm just very impressed with the students. I'm very impressed with the staff, very impressed with the organization. So, thank you for that. And I really support these programs, and I hope the board of the district can really find the funds to not only continue these programs in the future years, but also expand them. So thank you very much for.
Thank you for that. Yeah, appreciate it.
Any comments or questions? Any comments from the public? I don't see any. Do I have a motion to see what's the action, get the action item here? The motion to approve the 2025-26 Mountain View Westman School District Plus Expanded Learning Program Plan and Contract. The motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Henry and a second by Trustee DeFazio to approve the 2025-6 Mountain View Westman School District Plus Expanded Learning Program Plan and Contract. Is that Trustee? So let's vote on the agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion's approved unanimously. Next item is item B, discussion. Item health and wellness, the mental health continuum. Ms. Jimbo will be presenting.
Good evening, trustees. Let me get my slides up for you. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be back with you this evening and discuss the work of the SEL committee this year. So as always, our work is in service of our strategic plan. And I want to add a little context to the discussion this evening. So as some of you may recall, we began the school year identifying our focus areas of SEL curriculum adoption through the adoption process and the role of the school counselor in the greater continuum of the mental health supports. So this evening, I will summarize the committee recommendations, briefly touch on continuum of supports, and also include our participation in California's initiative to expand mental health supports. So a quick overview of what we have in our schools this year. We have our SEL explicit instruction that occurs once a month. We use SEL practices in the classroom. And as a part of our MTSS, we do utilize different forms of data to inform our students' well-being. We have database school counseling programs that have been implemented this year and are still working strongly through the end of the year. And we have our school link services as well in 5 of our schools. So here you see some of the details related to our committee, and I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank all of our committee members and the additional teachers and counselors who participated in the piloting of the SEL curriculum. We are very fortunate to have SEL curriculum piloted in at least 2 classrooms in each of our schools this year. So we gathered some very robust data with that and feedback. So the committee agrees that there's a balance that definitely needs to be struck when we are making the recommendation that our schools have very different resources and needs across all of them. And so the committee put together a tailored implementation recommendation for you to consider. So the committee recommendation is to adopt Character Strong paired with Panorama for our data management. Our Comprehensive SEL programming includes explicit instruction, embedded practices and strategies, as well as interventions. And so the committee would like for you to consider protecting 30 to 45 minutes per month for explicit instruction, as well as incorporating and supporting that all teachers utilize at least one SEL practice or activity or strategy at least once per week embedded into the instructional day. Much like our English language integrated and designated instruction, it follows the same model. In moving to a more comprehensive data tool, it provides our personnel with the ability to address our SEL surveys, our intervention progress monitoring, as well as providing a robust resource library for our teachers and counselors. We've received mixed feedback from teachers as well as principals regarding the use of Zone to Grow. I know you saw a presentation from one of our schools who is one of our higher users. And our committee members that are K through 2 teachers did really were more inclined to keep Zone to Grow because it has age appropriate student-facing content. So in the recommendation, we are asking to move over to Panorama just because there's more customizability for us, and that we will develop our own simplified SEL survey and student check-ins for grades K through 2 that we can also use through the Panorama platform. For our middle school implementation, we, again, using Character Strong, are recommending a screening and intervention and referral process as part of this. What this will allow us to do is to address the SEL explicit instruction in a more targeted fashion with screening all students, identifying which students are appropriate for brief intervention, maybe 2 sessions of explicit instruction, in a pull-out fashion, using the intervention models from modules from Character Strong. And then as well, layered with that, automatic referrals to mental health care when the results of the screening show that the students need something more than just the brief intervention. It's the same as our elementary level recommendation, is that we ask that all classroom teachers utilize at least one SEL practice or activity or strategy at least once per week embedded in their instructional day. And it goes without saying that all of these recommendations will require professional development. So we want to make sure that our teachers and our counselors, our principals, our support personnel have the necessary knowledge and skills to make this happen. Another committee recommendation was to identify SEL ambassadors at each school site so colleagues can learn from one another, which I'm sure already occurs. But this idea provides visibility and accessibility for teaching colleagues to see how practices are embedded within the classroom. The committee also recommends that we include ways to harness the strong parent and volunteer base by providing opportunities to participate with elements of the curriculum, one being the book list that's provided with Character Strong for read alouds. We will also continue with Project Cornerstone parent workshops. We value the partnership with Project Cornerstone, and so we want to be able to provide that at a district-wide level. So our schools have been implementing a variety of programs that meet their site-specific needs over the past several years. And the committee recommends identifying that the adopted comprehensive program is the primary at all schools, and any duplicative programs are supplemental. So we know that schools will have their individual needs, and that the Character Strong program may not address all of those needs. So it is important to allow the schools to have that flexibility to select something that's a little more targeted for what is showing up as a specific need for their school. So some considerations. Among here, I want to point out that a comprehensive SEL program really must balance the accountability, fidelity of implementation, data, and time. So time is a factor here because this is another amount of instructional time that does need to be incorporated into the master schedule. It's also important to point out that if we're measuring for student growth in these areas, the actual use of the explicit instructions is just as important. So that's on the accountability and fidelity side. I also want to point out teachers are at different comfort levels with SEL explicit instruction. And so what we want to be able to provide is the opportunity for the teachers who are ready for it to take it on and do it. And then those who aren't so ready, that the counselors will partner with them in the classroom to provide those explicit lessons. And those partnerships can occur during collaboration time, grade level planning time, etc. So as well, again, want to very much emphasize that we value parent participation. And it's really important to have those trusted adults on campus. And development of robust SEL participation activities will take some time beyond the initial implementation of SEL programming. So that is going to be a process. So our program fiscal impact projected is for 3 years of character strong curriculum and professional development, the Panorama SEL solutions for 1 year, and then the Project Cornerstone annual renewal. As far as our mental health continuum, we are going to see changes at our grant level. So Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Services, the SLS grant is going to reduce from 5 schools to 2 schools. The Santa Clara County Office of Education grant for our Castro Wellness Center will have a reduction of our mental health specialist to a half-time mental health clinician. The Wellness Center will retain a full-time Wellness Center liaison. And we're seeing the data is showing that the large amount of the supports are provided by the liaison. And then the data is also showing that the half-time specialist will continue to cover exactly the amount of care that's needed currently with the clinical services. In terms of our participation in the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, this is the statewide initiative to support mental health support access. We are at about 75%, and one of the contracts that was in our consent agenda is our partnership agreement with the state, and that is getting us one step further to beginning our claiming next year. So district communication regarding CYBHI with parents and the public will begin this summer, and there will be information sessions offered in August when we return. So what are we looking at as next steps? So we will bring back to the board on May 29th this item for action. And again, you saw today in our consent agenda university MOUs to bring on fieldwork students. And so we're looking forward to getting that moving. We are in the process of hiring a mental health specialist. And we are also in the process of reviewing proposals from agencies for a mental health specialist contract to fill the gaps that we might find next year or we might encounter next year. And then we are anticipating that we will have a contract with an agency for electronic health record. That is our next step in our CYBHI participation. And that is the result of an RFP as well. That's coming anticipated June 12th. And with that, I will turn it back to the board.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited about moving forward on CYBHI. For the public, because I know we've talked about it as a board, but it's a lot of acronyms and titles. It's basically our ability to be able to bill Medi-Cal directly.
It
Yes.
is greater than that. It's our ability to seek reimbursement for specific services, including psychoeducation, counseling, some of our SEL work.
So we can bill private insurers as well now?
So the reimbursement process, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but the reimbursement process goes through a third-party administrator at the state level. That's funded by accessing commercial insurance, Medi-Cal, disability insurance, a wide range of funding sources. But our direct contact is with the Department of Healthcare Services.
Okay, with the state agency. I think it's going to be a game changer for schools across the state to be able to do this in the future. So thank you. I know building out that infrastructure has been a big lift.
So I have a question. Who does the training for the SEL curriculum and how does that work?
Yeah, so that will come through the company itself. We've already discussed what that looks like with the company or potentially could look like with the company. But it is their personnel who will be providing that.
We have updates, during the year and, one initial training sessions and then follow up so people
Absolutely.
can understand how well they do and new
Yes.
ideas. Yeah, great. Another question is, you indicated that there's some of these grants from such as the Santa Clara Behavioral Health Services and the Office of Education are being reduced. Are we making up those, the loss of those grants funding?
Yeah, based on the data that I have from this year in terms of our referrals to those programs, as well as our services that we've seen with our school counselors, our pursuit of a mental health specialist, our interns that we're looking to bring on, as well as any contracted mental health services will cover that gap.
Are you comfortable with the level of mental health services at our schools, or do we need more?
I am comfortable with what the outlook is in terms of what we're recommending for the hires and the interns. I'm very comfortable.
Any trustee Henry?
Moving to Panorama, I have a vague memory that then I checked in my emails. I think the district used to use the Panorama Climate Survey pre-pandemic. And I was wondering if you just talk about the difference between what was used before from Panorama, what we're using now, if there are any issues about the company that made us move away from that, or kind of what the history there is.
I am not familiar with the history, but what I can tell you in terms of how it can serve us in the future is that we have access to all of those surveys and/or items from those surveys that are valid and reliable to build our own. And so our focus with Panorama is going to be primarily on the SEL survey, student check-ins, as well as our progress monitoring data for our counseling services and our school counseling program. So there is a little bit more than what it sounds like there was previously used. I'm not familiar with historical.
And sorry, I meant to put that in my questions and I forgot to do that in advance. Then just also related to the screener, can you talk a little bit about more kind of what that would look like? I know we got some comments coming in, with the concern about the privacy and kind of what that's going to trigger as far as interventions versus what a student might already be doing outside, kind of that piece of it.
Absolutely. I appreciate that question. The screeners are not what we would call like clinical screeners, something that a clinician would use with a client. They are more at the skills level, so prevention skills, SEL skills. And once we get that information, I think with respect to the concern about a student who might have outside services, this is not something that would be looking at therapeutic needs. This is something that would be more about everyday skills from the students. And so if there is something that we run into, one, either the parent can opt out of it, the participation in it, or the student can opt out participation in it. And then if there is something that is triggered that gives us a sense that the student needs something more, that goes through then an intake process with the school counselor. So there's another layer of checks before we even start talking about any sort of therapeutic care.
Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I'll just note that there were a lot of trustee questions sent in about this item, and I appreciate the very thorough responses on the trustee questions. And so most of my questions are there for this evening.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you very much. So we'll take public comment now. I see one in-person speaker. And right now I see two people online. Mr. Nelson?
Thank you. This is Stephen Nelson, former trustee. And unfortunately, I didn't read all the questions because sometimes Trustee Conley puts in some really good questions. One of the things that I noticed, because I do have a history with this district, and one of the things is our teachers a dozen years ago, when the union sampled them, they said there's too many things that are put on teachers without that uses up class time, uses up instructional time without any thought of what comes away. And I'm particularly worried about what I heard about at the middle school level, because at the middle school level, do you have every teacher doing one of these SEL things every week? Because all of a sudden that means, how are you going to decide whether there's overlap or not? Are you really, when we're so far behind in some of our schools, some of our kids with, maybe it's an SEL problem, but their math instruction, if they don't get enough minutes of math instruction, they don't get enough minutes of English language arts, they don't get enough minutes of science, that takes away from their instructional time. And so I hope one of these questions you ask, that's answered, because unless that's answered, I don't think you should go ahead with this for the middle schools, because it'll just, unless you survey the middle school teachers and you get a good response about if they're happy with doing this. Because I don't think a math or a science or an English teacher is going to want to give up 10 minutes a week to doing this. And what is the purpose of a student getting it in math and science and English and in their elective? They could have, how are you going to keep track of that? It seems a logistic nightmare at the middle school level. In elementary school, it should work just fine. Unfortunately, what I always see on these things, when there's a cut, where does the cut happen? Cut in FTE happens at Castro. The school with the highest disadvantage percentage is almost 80%, I think, this year. It's historically been high since Castro was made in the late 1800s. So what's happening? What's happening to equity? I have 2 or 3 trustees who got elected on the idea that they were the equity people. So I hope you people who put that in your campaign statements think hard about that before you come up to vote this next time. I only have 12 seconds left, but yeah, that was my main thing. I hope you think about till next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We have 2 speakers online. The first is Ms. Liu.
Thank you. I didn't get to see the trustees' questions because I checked a couple of hours ago and I didn't see it. So I wanted to know who is going to be teaching this lesson. Is it the school counselor or is it the teachers? And I mean, I do agree with Mr. Nelson. It is putting a lot of this stuff on the teachers. And, this year with the science of reading curriculum, they're piloting it, they're learning it. And I'm just worried that there's another thing that now they have to do. And then the next year with the math curriculum. So that's just a lot other teacher and a lot of burnout. And I know that there are, counselors at school and in the elementary school. Is that would they be the one then teaching the lesson? And there are schools that have really great program that's been do them for years. I'm at Stevenson and I've been the readers for a couple of years, and we have a lot of training, parent training, like monthly, and then with the lesson and go. And so I hope this thing is gonna be just an add-on as and not a takeaway from what's already working well, and replacing it with something where the kids will have to learn by watching a video. Because I also heard that Character Strong is very, video heavy and digitally heavy. Another thing is that in the middle school, have we, I heard about Acknowledge Alliance. Is that something that, that I don't know if students have access to that. And so I just wanted to bring that point up. And just want to ask about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lou. Next online speaker is Ms. Actor.
Yeah, thanks for the update and all your work focusing on the well-being of the students. A student who's in mental health crisis is a student that's likely to be struggling and keeping up with academics. And I just want to point out that these kids need people, not phones or computers, to help them, and they need people on site. With regard to computers, I would really like to know how many securely alerts for suicide or suicidal ideation have we seen come across this year at Graham? There's a serious problem here in that we do not have adequate counseling coverage on site. We've had at least one kid in crisis at Graham who left in an ambulance this year, and I just want to know, are we going to risk going the rest of this year with just one full-time counselor to cover our 860 kids? What these kids need is someone on campus, because I see this very fragmented and complicated matrix of screening, intervention, and referral, where kids need to actually leave school to get help. So this is key. When kids are referred out, their parents or guardians likely need to take time away from work, and they likely need to have transportation, and the child needs to miss a significant part of the school day to go get help. So for these reasons, referrals may be rejected. Remember, these are kids that are likely already struggling with their academic responsibilities, and contrast this with the multiple on-site counselors and related access we used to have in our middle schools. Currently, we have one full-time staffer who supports the needs of these 860 students at Graham. That person is doing the work that 3.6 full-time equivalent persons were doing there last year. When one of our two academic counselors announced she was going on planned leave, there should have been a coverage plan put in place. What was that plan? And a long-term sub should have been put in and identified. And we got a promise in the fall that the counselors would roll up from the elementary schools, but to date, there has been no full-time replacement. The coverage problem existed even before this leave, and in the January 2025 board presentation, quote, current data show that student counselor ratios and caseloads across the middle schools need examination. So I want to know what has been done between January and now to fix the on-campus need problem, and how were the caseloads from the counselor who went on leave being covered. I requested an accounting for the hours that the elementary school counselors have provided support, but there was no response. I see the response that the counselors coming in 2 to 3 times a week, but that response is quite puzzling given what I see on campus. So do we have to wait for one more securely suicide alert or one more ambulance call before we do the right thing and get coverage on campus? Please help us get coverage now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Actor. See no one else online. Does the board have any comments?
Well, I was going to ask, I don't know if Superintendent Bear or possibly Director Jimbo wants to speak to the differences between last year and this year. I know there's been a lot of communication kind of floating around, and I think it might be helpful for that to be shared in this context as well.
Not Director Jinbo, but so last year when we had to shift, we shifted from having CHAC to having our own counselors. Of course, our middle schools had counselors last year, but they did lose CHAC support. We knew that going in. We knew we were going to have to use this year to try to figure out where are the gaps, what do we need? We still have Pacific clinics that we utilize at Graham, at Crittenden, so that filled a part of the need. And so our plan going forward is to add our own mental health specialist in the district, who is primarily going to fill additional needs, as well as bring in interns. And those are the things I've worked with the counselors, elementary counselors, and has counselors going over to Graham to support while the one counselor is on maternity leave. We did try to look for a replacement counselor. We weren't able to find one, somebody to come in temporarily. So we've been trying to shuffle and use our other counselors for that. Not the perfect solution, but again, we still have Pacific clinics to support students as well. And maybe just speaking to the curriculum implementation, just so that we're clear, in TK to 5, the counselors are the ones primarily responsible for doing the instruction one time a month. The teachers will do an embedded skill embedded within a lesson once a week. Nothing that they have to actually take curriculum and learn, but embed a skill. In middle school, the committee was very aware that there's just not time to be implementing actual curriculum by teachers, hence why the committee recommended the screening process that will primarily be run by the school counselors with support from the elementary counselors to do that screening process 3 times a year and provide supports for students. And then again, similar to elementary, that embedded skill somewhere in their lesson. So really being thoughtful about the fact that there are constraints on the schedule, but also wanting to provide the social emotional instruction and support that students need.
Thank you. I think something that we talk about Pacific clinics, we talk about CHAC, there are all of these different we talk about bringing in new interns next year. And the school's role in therapy versus social emotional supports, it's very different. Like they're not, CHAC, we're not licensed therapists, for example. Pacific clinics is therapeutic, but it's an outside service. It's not taking place at school, I believe. Or maybe it is taking place at school, but they can come onto campus. But they're a therapeutic service provider, which is, so we never lost our therapeutic service provider. We lost our CHAC counselors who fill this kind of middle role that, I've spoken in the past, I'm very supportive of. I was very sad that they're gone. I have seen their benefits for children across our district. So I'm glad to see that we're going to be adding interns kind of on our own, that we're going to be doing MOUs to bring people in. And then within the questions that are posted online, something that I asked about is, if a child is in crisis, what happens? How do we address that? How do we make sure that they're supported? And so that's kind of outlined online as well, but there are processes in place. That doesn't mean we aren't going to ever have a child in crisis. And I think, that's one of my major concerns as a parent. And I see Director Jimbo just pops back in. One of my major concerns as a parent is mental health, because of, all of the things that I've seen myself with children in our community. And so I'm glad to see that we have a robust plan going into next year as well.
Any additional comments from the board? Okay, thank you.
I had a short comment on SEL, which is that I look forward to school sites being able to maintain some of the existing programming they already have. It looks like that's noted in the presentation. I know with the Amplify curriculum, I'm hearing from teachers about it's very structured. It requires a lot of time and concerns about how to manage all the different pieces of their day. And I think we'll talk about that more when we get to Castro as well.
Again, any final comments? Okay, we'll move on to item 10C. Is resolution number 02-050825, recognizing May Mental Health Awareness Month. Ms. Jinbo will be reporting.
Yes, so bringing this to the board, we are celebrating Show What You Know, helping our kids put into action all of the things they've learned and their skills during our Mental Health Recognition Month.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Before we do a choral reading, is there any member of the public who wishes to speak on this? I don't see any. Okay, Trustee Conley, would you like to begin?
Sure. Whereas many students in the Mountain View Wisman School District have experienced traumatic events, unhoused circumstances, or financial challenges, and
Whereas research has shown that adverse childhood experiences have lasting, harmful impacts and can leave students feeling disenfranchised if not addressed, and
Whereas the early identification of, intervention in, and treatment of mental health and behavioral issues is paramount for a healthy student body and school community, and
Whereas the overuse of social media can result in students feeling disconnected from their peers, and
Whereas the average age of early signs of mental illness is 14, when most students are entering high school, and
whereas the number of children ages 6 to 12 who visited children's hospitals for suicidal thoughts or self-harm has more than doubled since 2016, according to the Children's Hospital Association, and
whereas researchers from the University of Montreal found that students with untreated mental illness are more likely to be chronically absent, more disruptive in class, have lower academic achievement, and ultimately drop out, and
whereas the National Center for School Mental Health reports that when mental health services are on campus, students are more likely to follow through with participating in services, and communication among providers, parents, and teachers is more easily facilitated, and
whereas schools that implement comprehensive mental health systems see improved academic performance, fewer special education placements, decreased disciplinary actions, and higher graduation rates, and
whereas reducing the stigma surrounding mental health will empower students to speak up when they need help, and
whereas through their unique role in serving children and youth, school counselors address student social emotional skills and mental health early and effectively so that students can confidently show what they know, and
whereas Mountain View Wisman School District is participating in the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, also known as CYBHI, through the Community Schools Partnership Program and the Multi-Payer Fee Schedule, which is made possible by California's Master Plan for Kids' Mental Health, a historic investment by the state of California that takes a whole child approach to address the factors that contribute to the mental health and well-being of our children and youth, and
now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Wisman School District proudly proclaims the month of May as Mental Health Awareness Month in recognition of any student or Mountain View Wisman School District staff member experiencing mental health challenges. Mountain View Wisman School District stands ready to support you.
okay, thank you. Okay, next we'll move on to item D, resolution number 010.
I don't
Pres-
believe we
oh,
voted
we
on the
never voted.
I make a excuse me. I make a motion to pass resolution number 02-050825, recognizing May Mental Health Awareness Month as presented.
second.
Motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Reed to approve the mental health awareness month resolution. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is an action item, resolution number 01050825, supporting recognizing Military Appreciation Month.
Yes, so May marks the beginning of Military Appreciation Month, and our district has a strong history of supporting military families. And we understand the importance of honoring the service of our military service members, both past and present, and their families. We honor them this month and infinitum, and we present this resolution to recognize that importance.
Okay, thank you. Does any member of the board have any comments or questions concerning this item? Does any member of the public wish to speak in this item? Not seeing any, we will have a choral reading of the resolution. Trustee Reed, you'd like to start?
Whereas members of the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Education are honored to recognize May 2025 as Military Appreciation Month, and
Whereas the freedom and security that citizens of the United States enjoy today are the direct result of the unwavering service and sacrifice of the members of the United States Armed Forces, and
Whereas the Mountain View Wisman School District community includes many military families whose service members contribute significantly to our nation's security and freedom, and
Whereas the children of military families in our district demonstrate remarkable resilience and strength as they support their parents' commitment to service, and
Whereas in 1999, Congress designated May as National Military Appreciation Month to ensure the nation was given the opportunity to publicly demonstrate appreciation for the sacrifices and successes made by our service members, past and present, and
whereas it is important to recognize the dedication, sacrifice, and service of active duty, National Guard, Reserve, and veteran service members, as well as their families, and
whereas it is essential to instill in our students an understanding of and appreciation for the contributions that members of the United States Armed Forces have made in securing and protecting the freedoms we all enjoy, and
whereas our schools play a vital role in supporting military-connected students through times of transition, deployment, and reunion, and
therefore be it resolved that during Military Appreciation Month, we affirm our commitment to our military families.
therefore be it further resolved that during this month, our district will engage all students in activities and programming that honor military service and support military families.
therefore be it resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 01050825 to recognize May 2025 as Military Appreciation Month in the schools of the district with activities that honor service members and their families.
Okay, thank you. I'd like a motion to approve the resolution.
Make a motion to approve resolution number 01-050825, supporting and recognizing Military Appreciation Month as presented.
second.
We have a motion by Trustee Conley and a second by Trustee DeFazio to approve the motion, the resolution recognizing Military Appreciation Month. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. We'll now move on to item 10E, the Reimagining Castro update, and Ms. Bauer will present.
So, good evening. Tonight, I'm happy to present an update on the Reimagining Castro plan that was developed last year. So we'll move to our alignment. Of course, our plan is the Reimagining Castro plan is really in alignment or has alignment to all of the goal areas in our strategic plan 2027. And I want to give you just a quick overview of how the plan was developed last year. We had an equity challenge. We were looking at how do we increase access to high quality and culturally responsive educational experiences supports for students at Castro that would result in increased outcomes for students over time. And knowing that there are some hurdles that we would have to overcome. So development of the plan, we had a Reimagining Castro committee. You can see the members. It included district office staff, administration from Castro itself, board members, district office staff, parents, and teachers from Castro. Just a quick development process overview. Work really began in December and January. The committee looked at creating a vision, identifying priorities. They visited different school sites to learn about best practices, developed goals and criteria for success, identified actions, gathered feedback, finalized the plan in April, and shared the plan with both the board and the community in May of last year. So year one. So the action plan of year one included quite a few things. It included implementing a school-wide RTI model. So looking at how to regroup students across grade spans so students could have access to response to intervention and enrichment, providing breakfast for all students in the classroom. That was the plan. Centralizing data management, providing extra PD, providing playwork support for recess and lunch, increasing the FTE of the school and community engagement facilitator to 2.0, continuing the wellness center, implementing our new curriculum rooted in the science of reading, adding a newcomer teacher, continuing the support from the early literacy team, and then adding a site-based counselor in addition to the wellness center. So we did do all of these in some form. So we did increase RTI for all students from 2 times a week to 4 times a week. And students got either reading intervention or extension based on data. There was multi-grade level rotations, so kids rotated in groups so that multiple teachers could push into the rotations, allowing for 8 to 10 differentiated groups and smaller groups of kids so we could better target needs. We separated response to instruction from STEAM. Our current model at a lot of our sites is where half the students in a class go to STEAM, the other half stay back with the classroom teacher, and they get access to small group support. At Castro, we made a change and we had all the students go to STEAM, and then that classroom teacher whose class was in STEAM actually pushed in to support her partner's class during math time. So you had 2 teachers during the math block because our math block is small. Okay, next slide. And we created a very complicated but effective master schedule to prioritize core academic instruction. We wanted to make sure that we protected instructional time. So there's time for language arts, time for math, time for designated ELD. And then we tried to schedule around those for enrichment things like art and music and PE. Next slide. So some takeaways, some things we learned. Having these school-wide RTI and designated ELD blocks really did increase teacher collaboration. Teachers were more willing to talk to each other about students. They were sharing kids, talking about what was working, what wasn't working. It allowed for much more targeted focus on instruction and academic intervention. But a challenge we faced is even with those uninterrupted blocks of time, we're still impacted by scheduling constraints because we're trying to schedule art, we're trying to schedule music, we're trying to schedule library, we have playworks that does classroom game time, social emotional lessons. Then you have field trips that if one grade level is gone, it kind of impacts the rotation. So we have some scheduling constraints that we have to deal with. And having a shared campus also affects flexibility of the master schedule. They're sharing playground, they're sharing the cafeteria, they're sharing the library. And so you have trade-offs in terms of when is recess, when is lunch, when are things happening. Next slide. This is just kind of a slide that shows kind of the impact of what's happening when I talk about scheduling constraints. We want kids to have access to things like art, music, PE. We want them to have core blocks for language arts, math. We want them to have intervention, but there's only so many minutes in the day. And so you can see here, we've allotted, for example, language arts for grades 1 and 2, 100 minutes a day in the schedule. But really, if we looked at recommended time, it'd be 120 minutes, but we can't get that time and fit everything in. Next slide. So one of the other actions we took was centralizing data management. This was a best practice that they saw on some of the school visits. And so what happened was the principal, the leadership team, coach, intervention teachers really took the lead on reviewing data and making groups. That freed up the teachers from having to be in that process. Teachers then looked at the groups that were made and finalized them, but it gave them more time to actually plan for their groups instead of having to do all the work to put the groups together. And this also allowed for better collaboration, both between the coach and the reading and intervention teacher, but also the reading intervention teachers and the classroom teachers, so they could really talk more about what was happening with kids. Next slide. And then they also held monthly data team meetings. They had the principal, the coach, the school and community engagement facilitator, ARIS, classroom teacher, newcomer teacher, and they really looked at data for kids. What was happening with kids? What kinds of things, supports do we need to put in place? Do kids need something more, something less? But having everybody at the table was really important. Next, so some of our takeaways. This process really streamlined the approach to allow teachers to focus on planning instead of making groups, which that's what we want. We want our teachers planning for the groups of kids that they're going to be teaching instead of trying to do all of the logistics. And it also allowed for increased data collection and quicker adjustments so that we could better meet needs of kids. Next. So breakfast. So this year we provided breakfast for all students from 8:15 to 8:30, which was right at the beginning of the school day in the MUR. Additionally, or originally, this was planned to happen in classrooms at the start of the day. Students would eat, participate in the classroom morning meeting, but this was changed at the beginning of the year. There was lots of issues with logistics, food distribution, waste management. It just got to be a little bit unmanageable, so they decided to move it to the multi. And then optional snacks were provided in all classrooms. So any student that was hungry at recess or throughout the day had an option for having an additional snack. And they did administer a staff, student, and parent survey about breakfast. Next. So what we learned is it was great. All students had the opportunity to eat daily. That's what we wanted. We wanted them to get off to a good start. The breakfast in the morning provided opportunities for whole school assemblies, spirit events, right? Because everybody's in one place. There was a report of a lot of waste at the beginning of the year. Kids weren't eating. A lot of kids were eating breakfast already. And what we're seeing was a loss of instruction. So kids go to breakfast. By the time you finish breakfast, you line up, you get back to class, you push backpacks away, you get going. You could lose up to 20 to 30 minutes of instructional time because you're in the multi, not in the classroom. There was some logistics around site staff having to manage the ordering and distribution of snacks, but it did get worked out as the year went on. That process was paid for through grant funding, but we have a solution for that moving forward. So, like I mentioned, there was a survey, and what it showed was students really preferred to have second chance breakfast at recess. Breakfast at school, start of school, was not their favorite. They said they didn't prefer many of the breakfast options. Many students reported they ate breakfast at home. And staff responses were pretty even. 50% of staff wanted breakfast before school starts, like from 8 to 8:15. 50% preferred breakfast at the beginning of the day in the MUR. We did not get very many parent responses. We only had 8 parent responses, and they were very mixed, similar to staff and students. So based on anyway, sorry. No, keep going. Yeah, I'm ahead of myself. So Playworks. Playworks is a company that provides a full-time coach on site. And their job is to work with classrooms and work at your recess and lunch times and help organize your playground, teach kids the rules, how to do conflict resolution, how to run games. And they do this by having classroom game time with the classroom and then being out on the playground with the kids at lunch and recess. And then they also train junior coaches, which are usually students in 4th or 5th grade, to then learn how to run all the activities on the playground. I can tell you it's an amazing program. I had it when I was a principal. I absolutely loved it. And the classroom game times, really what Playworks would like to see is have them once a week. Hard to do that. So you're having them 2 times a month or 1 time a month. So what we learned, the coach was really effective in supporting student behavior and social interactions. Kids love the leadership opportunities. They learn conflict management skills. I think the hardest part was the classroom game time and its impact on the schedule. So additional things that we did do that did happen, extra PD days happened in August. The recommendation was to increase the FTE of the SCEF to 2.0. That was not done. The Castro had a 1.5 FTE SCEF in 24-25. The Wellness Center continued. We did implement the new LA curriculum, increased the newcomer teacher to 1.0, added early literacy team support. They continued to come in, and we had an additional site-based counselor. So year 2. So just to give a little bit of a flavor, so in year 2, the published actions were to continue everything going on in year 1, and then to look to increase community partnerships, including more volunteers and getting more people present on campus to support students and staff, implement student-driven clubs, develop a new menu and schedule for district-supported after-school programs and clubs, figure out how they were going to be implemented, who was going to do it, what would be the fiscal impact. And then the third action was looping, where teachers would travel to the next grade level with their student group. Next. And to do all of that, there was lots of things that needed to happen in year 1, including doing things like a community assets mapping session, surveying students on clubs, collaborating with MVWSD+, developing this new menu and schedule for the after-school programs, and then working on a process and plan for looping. So some things to consider as we are looking at and looking back and reflecting. The one thing that we really have to consider is just the capacity of our school staff. There's a lot of things to implement in 1 year of a plan, and then to think about while you're implementing new in year 1, planning for year 2. We didn't anticipate having leadership changes at Castro this year like we did. There's other things that were happening in the district, like Prop 28, outdoor learning. And we really wanted staff to focus on tier 1 for instruction. And I think another thing to remember is that instructional minutes are the same across all the schools, right? Our start times may differ, but the same number of minutes happen every day, but the needs at Castro are unlike any other school. Next slide. So we have some recommendations based on our learnings, based on talking to staff, based on talking to Mrs. Aragon Contreras. Really, our recommendations are to focus on the refinement of what we did this year. Delay the implementation of year 2 and year 3. Focus on core instruction, focus on that uninterrupted academic time, and then start to work with our partners to address the scheduling constraints. For example, Dr. Nguyen and I met with CSMA yesterday. So we're looking at how can we utilize the staff that we have with CSMA to maybe streamline art and music, not to take it away, to still provide it, but how do we do it differently so that maybe we free up a little bit more instructional time? And that's a big focus of what we want to do. We want to continue current after school clubs. Mrs. Aragon Contreras is here and she could talk to that. They do have some clubs going on right now, and then we could consider expanding as staff capacity allowed. Next, Playworks. Like I mentioned, Playworks is great. Mistral had Playworks this past year. They had the relay program, so it wasn't full-time like Castro. It was more of a part-time program. And at Mistral, it's partially paid out of PTA, partially paid out of site funds. And so our recommendation is actually to have both Castro and Mistral do the halftime program and share one coach. They share a site, they share a campus. It makes sense. Working in the playground together. And then that kind of frees up a little bit of that classroom game time instead of having to do it as much. Maybe you do it one time a month, but you still have that coach out there all the time. And it would still allow for those leadership opportunities of the junior coaches. And our recommendation is the district would pick up the cost for both the Mistral and the Castro programs. Breakfast. So based on what we collected from the survey and listening to staff, we are recommending returning to students having second chance breakfast at recess time instead of doing it at the beginning of the school day, and then providing a budget to the site to have snacks for all classrooms. So if students come in the morning and they haven't eaten, there's something in the classroom for them to eat and drink, and they can eat and drink while the teacher starts the morning meeting or starts the calendar, whatever it is they're doing to get the day started. Next slide. And we're also recommending some staffing adjustments. So we are recommending the addition of a half-time assistant principal at Castro. And doing this, if you think about Castro, you think about all the things we just talked about, all the additional people that are on that campus takes a lot of supervision. And so what we really want is for Principal Taylor, who's coming in the fall, to really be able to focus on instructional leadership. And so having that additional halftime administrator could support with that supervision piece, support with, of course, instruction, support with other things, but free up Principal Taylor's time to really be that instructional leader that we know he is. With that addition, we also think we could decrease from having a 1.5 FTE school and community engagement facilitator to just having 1. And we could consider decreasing from 2 at-risk supervisors to 1.5. And I don't want anybody to think anybody would lose their job. We have openings, there's places for people to go. We just think with the addition of an administrator, we could make some shifts here. Next slide. And then we would continue all these other things that we're doing. The PD days, the wellness center. Director Jimbo talked a little bit about the reduction in the wellness center, continue with the newcomer teacher, continue with the early literacy team, and continue having that counselor, additional counselor full-time. So next steps. So pending any feedback, questions, concerns, we would move forward with implementing the recommendations for 25-26, and then work with the new principal and staff on what year 3 and year 4 will look like based on what the original plan said, based on the learnings from year 2 and from this year, and then providing updates to our community and to you. I'm happy to answer your questions, and I do know that this is Aragon Contreras.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bauer. I have questions from the board. Trustee Henry?
Just one question on the rotations. I think you mentioned their monthly data meetings. How often were the groups kind of reconfigured?
So the groups tended to be fluid. They did do them somewhat by trimester, sometimes every 6 weeks. They definitely redistributed everything at the end of the trimester, but then they looked at things on a monthly basis, and they could move kids around based on their progress. So I don't think it was completely set in stone, right? So definitely a reshuffle every trimester, and then movement during the middle of the trimester.
So I have one question I have. I believe one of the real challenges with Castro was the number of absences. Could you give us an update on that?
Absences.
Unexcused absences of the.
Oh, chronic absenteeism? It definitely has been an issue at Castro. I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but we have seen a decrease in actual chronic absenteeism at Castro over the last several years. I don't know the numbers. I would have to pull. It's still high. The chronic absenteeism numbers are still high, but they are working on it.
You're addressing it by.
Yeah. School and community engagement facilitator, counselor, calling parents, finding out where kids are. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you. So there are so many needs of the students at Castro. We know that close to 20% of the student population is also unhoused. They're McKinney-Vento students. And, you know, I included this in some of the questions I submitted, but anytime we talk about this, I'd love to see, including that chronic absenteeism data, a data snapshot of where we are in our most recent data with Castro. And so anytime we're talking about this, if we can put data with, I know this is a big presentation to begin with, so it might be a supplemental report, right? It might, and instead a lot of it is in the questions this time. But I'm curious that 0.5 FTE assistant principal, that person, what are they doing with the other half of their time? Are they going to be a 1 FTE that's split in a job some way?
Correct. They're going to be 1 FTE at Castro and 1 FTE at Crittenden.
Okay.
One
so
half at each side.
Half at each site.
half at half at each site. I'm curious. Well, I think we'll have discussion about this, but I think, you know, we're losing half a wellness counselor, a wellness staff person for the wellness center. We're talking about cutting half of a SCAF and cutting half of behavior coordinator. So we're overall, it's like 1.5 FTE that we're losing at the site, and then we're gaining a 0.5 assistant principal. I know those aren't oranges to oranges. An assistant principal is going to have different credentialing. They're going to have a lot more experience. Our SCEFs and our at-risk behavior coordinators, we have wonderful, wonderful staff people. Their overall job experience, their tenure in education is very, very different, even from our credentialed teachers. I've been fortunate enough to meet some people in those positions in our district who are working outside of their job on earning a credential or earning their bachelor's degree or earning, so that they can hopefully come back to us as teachers or special education teachers or whatever. So it's a career pathway that we can train people up through. But I'm wondering if you can speak more to, you talked about sort of administrative capacity of that 0.5 assistant principal, but if they're replacing an at-risk behavior coordinator and a SCEF, can you speak more about what they will be doing?
Sure. I mean, I think some of that will be up to Principal Taylor as he works with this person. But as an administrator, you know how to do behavior investigations. You know how to work with kids. You know how to figure out what happened when kids got in a fight on the playground, which is somewhat similar to what an at-risk does. You talk to parents all the time. You meet with parents. So the administrator role covers some of those positions. Now, to be honest, we're making a recommendation here. So it's up to discussion of where you want us to go with this. We were just thinking that with the addition of a halftime administrator, we would be able to maybe make some adjustments, staffing adjustments.
And then another question that I submitted, and I'd love us to discuss more at some point in the future, is around extending the school day, because I agree, we really need to focus on instructional minutes. At the same time, just because you need more instructional support does not mean you shouldn't have field trips. It doesn't mean you should have less music and art or less of these enrichment experiences. And when we look at language development, for example, and a lot of our students at Castro are multilingual learners. English is not their first language. They are having those different experiences outside of the school or in enrichment activities actually enriches their vocabulary, their understanding of context, their ability to access texts and materials. And so I know that there's kind of a short little response here, but can you speak briefly to some of the things that we need to think about if we want to look at extending the school day at Castro?
Sure. I mean, I think there's different, I think there'd be a variety of different options you could look at in terms of extending the school day. We have so many of our kids at Castro who are already in after school. So do you move some of your programs to after school? I don't know. If you wanted to actually change the instructional minutes, right, of the school day and make it longer, then you're talking about a bigger process, right? Looking and gathering input from teachers, looking and gathering input from parents and kids, figuring out what their concerns and challenges would be if you're extending the day. There's going to be negotiations that would happen with our associations because we have a certain number of minutes. There'd be a financial impact. We'd have to figure that out because you're going to be extending the day, extending the time people are working. So it's just a longer process, right? And you just have to make sure that you're thinking about all the different impacts to expanding the day. And I think it would be more of a long-term process. It would be something that you'd have to do over the course of 6 months or a year to work out all of those pieces to then have a plan to implement in the following year.
Okay.
And if I can just chime in, I think before we talk about extending the school day, I think what Kathy was talking about is really protecting instructional minutes.
Yeah.
Right? Because right now, with the inclusion of so many pull-out programs that are enrichment and they're fantastic, but we create a very choppy day for teachers with a lack of continuity of instructional minutes, which makes it really difficult to achieve a 120-minute language arts block or a 90-minute or 100-minute mathematics block when you have all of these wonderful programs dropping in during especially those times when we know kids are generally at their best in terms of focus, which is in the morning, right? So how do we better protect that time, right? The other thing I look at is with all of the incredible resources that our district is placing on the campuses, it requires a great deal of supervision by the principals, by the site administrators of those schools, right? So if you think of every person that's added to the campus, right, to support kids, you're also adding more personnel for the principals to supervise, give feedback on, and evaluate, right? All important things to consider.
Yeah, no, definitely. It is one of our smaller school sites. There's only about 320 students. So overall staffing, I don't know if it's significantly more than a school site with 450 students in terms of what the principal has to maybe. And, full context, I used to be a teacher in a primarily low-income Spanish-speaking population school in San Jose. 80% of our students were on free and reduced price lunch, and I taught from 7:45 till 4:15 kindergarten, right? And it was very effective. So I'm a fan of extended day, even for littles. I know it's a big change for a lot of people. But the constraint of the shared campus is also, we hear about this as well from the Mistral side of the campus, is an incredible challenge. If I was not on the board when the campuses were split, I would love, and I know I don't want to scare anyone, but what I would really love to see is a single campus that is a dual immersion program, because I think the research has shown us that dual immersion is so effective for our multilingual learners whose primary language is Spanish. I don't see that happening anytime soon, but putting it out there. But thank you for the clarification. That was very helpful.
Okay, any further questions? Trustee DeFazio.
Yeah, maybe kind of a different angle on, I think, the question that Trustee Conley was asking, but for the uninterrupted instruction periods, how are we figuring out where the sweet spot is for that? Because I imagine there's diminishing returns at some point on a long block for students to be able to have breaks and all those things. Where do we feel like we're setting that?
Well, we look at a variety of things. We look at research. We look at what our curriculum programs recommend, right? I mean, when I look back at experience, I look at when I was a principal, we did have 120 minutes of ELA and 90 minutes of math. That was the expectation. You don't have to, we did an hour of math and then we did 30 minutes of fluency and we broke it up. So we're looking at what it takes to implement the curriculum and what research says is best for kids at those ages.
Then maybe just one more different question. I like that we're, refining the actions from year one. Are there any that we think maybe just did not kind of give us what we wanted for the investment we had, and maybe want to discontinue any of the actions that we took from year one, or was it too early to tell maybe for some of them?
I think it's a little too early to tell, and I see Mrs. Aragon Contreras on. I don't know if she has an answer to that since she's been on site all year.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, trustees. I'll just add to that. I think it is too early to tell. And I think though the RTI and our master scheduling, that is a huge undertaking. And I do think that just that one action item in and of itself is going to take time to really see the fruits of all of that labor and all that work. But I do think it's too early to tell.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question too. I think it's a different way of, different question that similar trustees were asking and getting the point is that to the extent that the school day at Castro is being adapted for these students, okay, should we be thinking about, or have you thought about, adapting the after-school program to meet the needs of these students? And I think what's coming out of this is that there's maybe that's where the enrichment programs should be. Of course, maybe not all students attend, but that could be something to work at, right?
It's definitely something we could consider. Again, I think it's getting the community involved if we're really going to look at making major change to the school day after school and during the actual minutes of the day.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? I'll take, thank you very much. We'll take comments from the public. See one person, one member of the public in person, and I see two people online. More, okay, we'll begin with public comments. Mr. Nelson.
Timer, because I'm going to over speak on this one. Oops. I hope you guys had a chance to read what I sent in. Thank you, Trustee Conley, because there's a bunch that you said that I really realized I didn't add. And one of the things is, I hope you guys realize when you look at the financials on this district compared to the average in the state, that we're 2% over from 7% to 9%, I think, in our administrative budget compared to the rest of the elementary district. And we're 2% behind in the pupil services spending. This is going just the wrong way. It's increasing an administrator and it's decreasing even more the full-time equivalent we have for pupil services. It's the wrong way. And the new superintendent has got it wrong, and the longest serving trustee does have it right. There are less teachers at this site than any other elementary site in our district. I think there's 100 less teachers, 100 less students. So there's at least 4 less classroom teachers than there are other ones. So adding administrators and taking away student services is going in the exact wrong direction, in my opinion. And you should give the direction that, no, we don't want to add an administrator. And yes, we want to keep the student services FTEs that we have. A person who works on at-risk intervention, what do you think they're doing? They're trying to decrease chronic absenteeism. That's their full-time job. A half-time administrator isn't going to make any difference on that compared to a full-time person who that's what their job description is. So please don't add another administrator or even a half administrator here. It's in the wrong direction. The other thing is, how do you add instructional minutes? We have a Thursday afternoon that regular teachers take off and go into group consultation. We also have lots of credentialed people who are around this campus who could go to those classrooms and take over some of the things that they chop up in the middle of the other week. Let them come in half an hour later than everybody else when they start the day. Every teacher doesn't have to have the exact same start. Every regular classroom teacher does, and every regular classroom teacher maybe needs to not be in the classroom teaching on Thursday afternoon, but it's ludicrous to think it has to be the same. So don't be barred by this thinking from the past. For the last 20, 30 years, that's the way we've done it. Is this Silicon Valley? Can't we change something? Don't be stuck in the past, please. I'll send you some updates on what these last things mean. And thank you for bringing that point up.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next speaker, be online, Ms. Actor.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I just looked up a couple of stats I just wanted to share. Castro Elementary, according to the October report to the board, had 246 students and only 13 teachers. So I want to just remind folks that in September of this year, we had to fill out an application for exemption from the required expenditures for classroom teachers' salary because we fell about $4.5 million short of spending on teacher salaries last school year under Cal Ed Code 41372. So yes, I stand aligned with the folks who believe that we need to keep student supports in place. Perhaps if we're going to add somebody, let's add a teacher, and let's make sure that the students at Castro get the educational supports that they really need to succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Actor. Next speaker is Ms. Liu.
Thank you for taking my comment and thank you for the presentations. I'm talking to Castro parents, and I was told that these changes are made and parents don't even know what's happening. So I think the school and the district need to do better getting these parents involved and making these decisions, especially if it's about their school. I fully agree with Trustee Conley regarding we should make Castro and Mistral one school and one campus. Because from when talking to parents at Castro, what I hear is that since Mistral, since the separations, Castro is suffering, as in like they don't have a PTA, they don't have enough PTA funding to do some of the stuff that like there used to be such amazing events and community engagement that was done when it was one campus. And since that separation, Castro community is hurting a lot. So when I asked them, would parents love to make Castro Mistral one campus, I got a yes, with 3 exclamation mark about that. Regarding the instruction minutes, I think we need to look at, I know this is possible, but I agree. As in, these field trips and all these extra things that the kids need to do, they are part of the instructional minute. They make the school fun and engaging for them. They help bring the kids to school. And and so but I was thinking about like the SEL stuff. That's something that we can incorporate. Would that be something that can be done in the morning with like assembly, SEL, so that way the kids can come and celebrate, and that will also extend the day. That was just one idea. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. The next speaker is Liliana's iPhone.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm with Parent Voices California. We have a chapter here in Santa Clara County, which many of our parents belong to Mountain View, and many of their kids attend Castro. And a lot of them have expressed a lot of unhappiness when it comes to their child education because either they're behind and they're not getting the support they need from the schools. So I agree with all the comments that have been said, especially with the one that said that we need more teachers on site to be able to support students that are super behind. And I also want to also encourage the district to do a better job in involving our parents, especially those at Castro, because having 8 responses to a survey is kind of crazy to me as a parent, because we need more parent voices to make changes that will meet their needs. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, I'll bring this back to the board for comments. Anyone like to comment? Trustee Henry?
A couple of initial thoughts. One is just broadly, I think, seeing, thank you for tonight's presentation and the update, particularly considering kind of all the changes this year. I support the idea of waiting a year to fully implement the year 2 and continuing to tweak the year 1 plans. I do, having said that, and then I also very supportive of district provided playworks for a combination for Castro and Mistral. I think that's a great idea. Seeing the amount of money that the Mistral PTA had to raise to have that on campus, knowing that they're not a PTA that raises a lot of money, and the value that it has for that entire campus, I think is great. Going with back to, focusing on the second chance breakfast, but also having financial support for snacks and things for the kids who do come in hungry with that change. I am concerned about the proposed personnel changes. I think there very well likely is some is value, not just some value, but is value, particularly with this in adding that 0.5 assistant principal because of the all of these things that are being implemented to have that additional administrative support, but not, and I know this all costs money, but not at the expense of the reduction of the SCEF, knowing that the original plan had a 2.0 SCEF that was already just at a 1.5 to go all the way to the 1.0. And, also eliminating, the part of a Aries position. I think that continuity would be important in that kind of going from year 1B is keeping that continuity there. Again, also with losing some of the staffing at the wellness center, that would be an area that I would personally like to see kept from year to year. The one thing that kind of for the things that would have been in year 2 and put off, I wonder, and it's a wonder, is one of the things on that list was the looping. I know to do full implementation, I'm sure is more of a project, but whether there might be some areas, certain grades where that's more valuable than others to consider whether that's a piece that could be implemented in a smaller way than what was the full plan. I may think of other things, but those are the first things I thought of.
Trustee Conley?
Yeah, thank you. It's rare that we get a presentation with 5 slides of recommendations that we're supposed to weigh in on. So I think there's a lot here for the board. I'm viewing this last year as 0.5 year of implementation, especially because we had a change in our principal, after school had already started. So I'm very comfortable with moving forward to make sure what we're doing well and to try and make it as effective as possible. The data that we've got, the last data is diagnostic 2 of iReady, which was in December. I would really love to have kind of I know we're going to get an iReady update usually at the end of the year on trimester 3 on this last round. But I would love to have Castro pulled out as a separate piece for us to look at and really go over maybe all of their LCAP data at the end of this year as a separate presentation. So we're looking at chronic absenteeism. We're looking at student demographic change. We're looking at student outcomes and performance, who's participating in ELAP. Like, let's do a real, maybe it's a study session at some point, but let's do a deep dive check-in on where things are. That being said, I'm supportive of most of these changes or recommendations for year 2. I would love to have my cake and eat it too and get that 0.5 AP, but also either hold on to a 0.5 of the SCEF or a 0.5 of the at-risk behavior coordinator. So we're closer to a one-to-one switch in personnel instead of axing a whole one full-time person. We passed our parcel tax. I think if we're looking at supporting students and having staff in place, this is going to be a good bang for our buck, especially when it comes to things like chronic absenteeism and behavior. I support Playworks being split between those 2 sites. I always come back to Castro, Mistral, and the Latham Preschool is one of actually our largest campuses in terms of student population, yet one of our smallest campuses in terms of physical space. And it has the highest concentration of needs across those 3 campuses within our district. So it might be, if we're looking at the at-risk and the SCEF, maybe it's actually a combination with Mistral in some way, because many of those families are the same families. Mistral has over 50% of their student population are low-income families who are native Spanish speakers. And I know I know families who have kids at both schools. Um, and so maybe there's something there if we're trying to massage our staffing at the site. And then my last piece is on Second Chance Breakfast. My guess, and I don't know, but this is an assumption, is that the breakfast was like a cereal box or an egg sandwich. And what I've heard about the Second Chance, the snack at recess, is chocolate chip muffins, which my son always fought for at Mistral. It's a completely different menu for that. So if kids are not eating the breakfast when they get there because maybe it's not a culturally responsive meal, I mean, we could look at what are families actually feeding their children at home, or what do children actually want to eat? Um, are we serving the right food? But also that recess snack across all of our campuses is it's more of the high calorie muffin. There's some sugar in there. You know, I'm not complaining about that. I know kids need calories. They burn through them during the day. I wouldn't say it's junk food because we try to source locally and prepare it ourselves, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't want to start an issue there. But I think if food is something that we're still trying to figure out, there could be something that's more responsive. Cupertino, for example, has been incorporating um, foods that are more representative of their student population into their regular school meals. And maybe this is a site where we explore that. And at the end of the day, I really want to see what Superintendent Bear, in his capacity as our new superintendent, um, sees as a fit. You know, I think this is coming through your leadership as well, these recommendations. And so I want to give you the lead to run with it. And Principal Taylor, our current principal at the site, I think has done an incredible job. She stepped in a challenging situation and she really settled the waters and built community and stabilized the school. So I can't thank Asantha enough for her work at the school site this year. I'm very excited for her at Vargas. I think it's going to be a wonderful benefit to the Vargas community to have her. I'm also very excited about Principal Taylor's experienced educational leadership. It's what we have been missing at the site for a long time. Not that I want to overwhelm him, but I have high expectations. And I think I should probably apologize to Directora Olosaregi and Principal Taylor for suggesting that their schools get combined in one. It's more if I could rewind the time machine and take us back, I never would have split those two campuses. I think that has made things more challenging.
Okay, thank you. You know, I generally support the recommendations. A lot of work went into planning for the Castro turnaround, and it's really unfortunate that you say it's a half year that has been lost on this. If anything, I think what that means is we've lost time, and we need to double down going forward and make sure that we're really pushing hard and making progress. And I recall that when we started this plan, the idea was, hey, it's going to take about 3 years to know whether things actually work or not. Yeah, I'd rather not wait that long, and maybe the test scores don't come in, at the right time or things like that. But I think talking to the teachers and the parents and understanding the students, hopefully we can understand as soon as possible whether we're on the right track and what can be done to change it. We don't want to be in this position next year and saying, oh, we need to try this, we need to try that. It's just not working out. I mean, we can't do that anymore. Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I think generally not much more additional than other trustees have said, but I do really want to, I think probably is keyed from my questions. I'm glad to see we're like learning from what's working and kind of taking the pause to revise year one actions rather than necessarily being committed to a specific plan over a period of time and just seeing it through. So I want to just encourage us to continue that. And I think improvements are going to take this kind of slow, focused effort over multiple years. It's not going to bear fruit immediately, but like continuing to say, what were the actions that we decided to do a couple years ago? Do they still make sense now? Or did we learn something new that we want to change over the coming years? But thanks.
Trustee Reed?
There's a lot to unpack here. Coming in as a new trustee to all this, it's so much. But for me, having this discussion, I'm a little bit disheartened that this room isn't full of Castro families right now. And I'm wondering if a study session at Castro would be to the benefit of our planning and moving forward to see what their needs are. The 8 parent responses for something simple like breakfast, that to me is a flag that we're not communicating at the level that they need us to communicate at, or in the ways that they need us to communicate. And if that means we shift and we have our meeting there, then we shift and we have our meeting there. But we need feedback from them to see what's going to work. If extending the school day isn't something they're interested in, then that's not a conversation that we need to have, because this is their community school and we need to figure out what their needs are and meet them there. Even things like chronic absenteeism, like I would like information about what has been done, how that's worked, what has worked, what hasn't worked, what the data is on that. Even things as simple as providing laundry service. Some kids don't go to school because they can't afford to wash their clothes. And if it's something as simple as that, that is given to us as the parents say, hey, you know, my kid can't come to school this week because we don't get paid till the next week, and that's when we're going to do laundry. Like, those are little things that we can take care of if we know they exist, if we're meeting the people where they are. So yes, I generally on board with a lot of the recommendations here. Again, with the staffing changes and wanting to be mindful of keeping student services involved, but also looking at that number of when you have really challenging situations with students, decreasing class sizes is very helpful, and having extra support and PD for teachers, because it's a very challenging job for those that are in the classroom. So having further discussions with more community members involved.
Thank you, Trustee Conley.
Yeah, and I agree. I love the idea of doing a study session at Castro, and that reminded me of when we went through the Reimagining Castro process. There were multiple meetings at the school site, and I attended several of those as a trustee, and there was actually significant parent turnout. So the Reimagining Castro plan had a lot of community engagement. That's where, for example, the year 2 goal of increasing the after-school programming and enrichment opportunities, that was very much parent-driven. And so there might need, but what I'm hearing from the comments tonight and what you were in that survey of 8 parents, unfortunately, even though it was just about food, so who knows? Having a check-in with the families as well is another piece of this process, that there was so much outreach and engagement during the Reimagining Castro plan. Do we want to plan for a way to continue that as we tinker with the plan moving forward, to continue that level of engagement? And I agree, I think we should. And so a site-based conversation is something that I fully support.
I'm going to go a little bit out of order here since this is such an important topic. Could I put you on the spot here? Maybe. Make a final comment about this.
Want me to?
Yes.
Yes, so I think the singular most important thing we can do at that school is to deliver the best instruction possible to those children 180 days a year. That's going to move the needle more than anything. Supporting the teachers, making sure they have reasonable class sizes, and focusing on first best instruction. That's the difference maker. The teacher is the difference maker. Yes, we need to work around the edges to support the families at that school and make sure their kids get to school. But I am just a firm believer in first best instruction, right? In doing everything we can to get those kids what they need and what they deserve every single day of the year, and maximizing the number of minutes we can put high quality teachers in front of those children.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move on to the next item, item 10F. This is a discussion item, resolution number 05050825, year-end budget transfer authorization.
President Lambert, can we take if not a break now, can we take a break after this item?
Yes, I was going to take one soon.
Okay.
Good evening, trustees. So tonight, this is a discussion item that would be brought back to you for the next meeting for approval because we want to give you a chance to look at it first. So this is a resolution for year-end budget transfer authorizations for this year. So as we close the books, giving us authorization if, let's say, we have money set aside for supplies when we're closing the budget, if we need to move some of that money from the supply line over to the another line within the budget. So these are not making big budget changes. This is simply making sure that we're moving money from one small bucket into another small bucket to make sure everything evens out. Any questions? Okay, great.
I think I just, yeah. Is there anything we should be aware of that is unusual or large amount of money
Not
that
at
we
all.
have to make up somewhere?
No, these are small little changes so we can make sure we close the year out.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
If it's helpful, it's the same exact resolution Palo Alto uses.
Okay, thank you. I think we're done with trustee questions. I'll take public comment now. Okay, we have one person in the boardroom and one person online. Take Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. This is Stephen Nelson, former trustee. One of the things that's happened different as the local control funding formula has gone on is that Westover and her department are now required to sequester leftover money that is supposed to be used for high need students. So I am always very disappointed when there's any leftover money that has to be used for high need students. So I hope that we're getting better at actually spending that money that's allocated, because otherwise you can think of it as, well, at our national administration, we're having people that are saying, we don't want to spend money that the legislature has appropriated. And if this board passes a budget that says we want to have 2.0 student or pupil services people at this school, I think it's remiss when the administration in the district office, the budget and human resources can't hire those people that you guys said should be hired. It's like the thing when Congress says we want so many Social Security people administering Social Security so everybody can get, all us old people can get their checks on time. All those people that may be in disability can get their disability stuff done. I hope there isn't a lot of money left over in those accounts, because they actually have to stay in those accounts now, is what the legislature found, is that districts were taking money that were originally appropriated for high need students, and they would just not spend it. And then it would roll over into the general budget at the end of the year, Fund Zero, and it would just get used for other purposes the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We'll take now Ms. Actor.
Hi, yeah, just a quick comment slash request. I really appreciate all the work that Rebecca and her team put into our, organizing our budget. And I know she's talking about moving small buckets around. I don't, as a member of the public, really know what a small bucket is or why things need to be moved around at the end of the year. So I guess if we could just get a little more clarification for the public. I don't know if there's a way we could have a budget workshop or something so that so that the public can better understand these sorts of moves. It would be much appreciated. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the trustees? Okay, seeing none. This is just a discussion item, so you will bring it back. And if you can clarify what some of the transfers might be helpful. Thank you. Okay, we will take a 5-minute break. Sorry. You can hang on for 5 minutes. It was his moment. Okay, we'll bring this back to open session after a brief recess. Next item is item 10G. This is a discussion item, Bond Oversight Committee Report 2024-2025. Dr. Westover will begin.
Good evening. I'm actually going to hand it over tonight to our president, chair, to talk through a little bit about the work that they've done this year in looking over the bond expenses.
Hey, I'm James. So yeah, we've met several times this year, looking over what we're spending all our bond money on and making sure that the funds are being used and where they're supposed to be and according to the board where we've put our funds. And yeah, we've so far we've added that report, and so far that's basically what we do.
So we have a regular cadence of meetings. So we do 2 meetings during the year where they look over all expenses that came out of the bond program. So they see line by line. And then we also meet twice a year to actually examine the work. So we'll start in the beginning of the summer, look at where construction will be taking place. And then we meet at the end of summer to look at some of the construction that has taken place. So it's a mixture of actually on-site looking to see that things have happened and then a review of all the expenditures.
A quick question, when do you expect the Measure T funds to be fully spent?
So it normally takes a while when we say fully spent. So for this Measure T, we actually ended up combining the Measure G and Measure T committee because it takes several years, even if all projects are completed, because we also need to finish the audit. So I would estimate probably another 4 years that this committee is going to be meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Conley?
Not so much a question, but considering 4 more years, thank you very much for your time and the service of the committee. It's very much appreciated that there is community oversight of these funds and the report and information that is followed up and provided to the board.
Yeah, along those lines, could you let us know who else is on the committee? It's in the report? Okay.
I'm going to mix up the names between bond oversight and parcel. Oh, can you read it
It's
for
right
me?
here. It's Nimi Berman, Betsy Fowler, Cleve Frank, Ante Kirshner, James Perkins, Doug Radke, and John Stewart, I believe.
Thank you. I'll take any members of the public wishing to speak on this. Mr. Nelson?
Yes, I'm Stephen Nelson, former trustee and sometimes a data wonk. One of the questions I wondered was, it isn't clear that there was 10 million suggested in a couple different places for surveys and replacement of underground utilities at a number of campuses. This is things that represent sewer lines, like the sewer line that broke at Amai and might be breaking at Bub and might be breaking at Landals because they're almost as old as I am. And they've been buried much longer than I've been buried. I think this is an important thing, and it doesn't clear that it's in there, that it's going to be spent, that it's going to get done. It was suggested that it be done. What it is a survey of pipes. What you find is the underground sewers are breaking. You find if your water lines are broken because they've been buried for 75 years and they're galvanized usually. And the other thing that's a critical issue is that the gas lines aren't leaking, because when they rehabilitate a building, they don't dig up all the gas lines that go to that building. I can tell you my church, which is near where the boat farm is, had to have all its gas. We were out of heating for 3 or 4 weeks because they had to replace the gas lines. They replaced part of it, they pressurized it, they found there were more leaks, they had to dig up and replace more pipe. That's very expensive. It's estimated it might take $750,000 to $1 million per old site to have that done. It obviously doesn't matter at, there are 2 new campuses, but it will matter for all our old campuses. Castro, for instance, was built in 1948. Why places like the other 3 I mentioned, I know were built in the early 50s. So I don't think it's been done. I don't think those surveys have been done. You can correct me if those surveys have been all done that were suggested, but I think that has not been, those priority 2 things are not going to get done. So what happens when gas leaks? Hopefully a building doesn't blow up. Even a building blowing up on a weekend is still pretty bad for teachers to come back to you. If your sewers leak, you can't have school, like we found out at MI. And guess what? If your main water supply leaks, you can't flush your toilets and you can't have school either. I think this needs to be done. It's going to be at least $10 million according to the several estimates. Please do this.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. You have any comments?
Unless you'd like me to, no.
No.
Happy to.
Okay, any final, I don't see anybody else online. Bring it back to the board for comments.
Well, I was gonna, I mean, I noticed there are at least 7 schools that have plumbing listed, projects that have already been begun, and there's 139,000 roughly allocated overall. Is that,
I can speak in generality, but I didn't bring information tonight on plumbing and where we are with like the surveys, but we are surveying. So what we do is we looked across all of our school sites, which ones we had the most issues at, and then we do surveys and stick a camera down to see kind of what's going on and then determine what the fixes are from there. We also, just to assuage some fears potentially, we pressure test all of our gas lines. So we will know if there is an issue before it becomes a big issue.
thank you. And then, you know, we completed our priority 1 projects. We are executing priority 2 projects right now. I think one or 2 of those are a little ways out. And then will we have priority 3 projects coming back to us at some point do we have a next lineup of funds, of how we would like to spend funds if they are available?
At this time, I don't think there's going to be any funds left.
Okay.
To have really a round 3 of Measure T. I think this second round is going to exhaust all of the funding.
Okay, thank you.
Katie, Trustee DeFazio.
Yeah, I saved this for comments rather than questions, but I want to thank the committee for their service to the community. I think like their time and energy to make sure that we kind of are keeping us accountable for spending the money that we've chosen to. So I really appreciate it, and thank you for staff for supporting it.
Any final comments? Okay, we'll move on to item 10H. This is also a discussion item, Parcel Tax Oversight Committee Report 2024-2025. Dr. Westover will start off.
So I'll actually begin just by turning it over.
Hi, nice to see you in person, everyone. My name is Sarah Kobidelson. I'm a member of the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, and I am, along with other members, John Stewart and Cleve Frank also, and Patrick Neshleba. And so we've met 3 times over the past year, and Ms. Pongo and Dr. Westover are really great about answering questions and making sure everything is easy to understand. And I can attest to the fact that all the monies from the parcel tax have been spent appropriately. And you have our letter in addition. That's all I have.
Any questions? Any members of the public wish to speak on this? Seeing none, any comments? I'll just say thank you very much for your time and effort, and everybody else on the board. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll echo that. Thanks. Especially there's some overlap between the parcel tax and the bond oversight committees as well. But thank you for your time, meeting multiple times a year, certifying this for the public. And then hopefully if anyone in the public out there is interested in joining our parcel tax or our bond oversight committees, we are always looking for new members. And this is a great way to get involved that's not incredibly onerous, but is very, very important. So just wanted to put that out there for the public as well.
Okay, seeing no more comments, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you very much. This is item 10I, also a discussion item, federal funding discussion, and Dr. Westover will be presenting.
Right, good evening. So this presentation really is just a discussion, a request from the board to talk about what might things look like as we become unsure of what federal funding looks like. Give me a moment to share my screen. And before we really dive into the details, I think something that's important for us to remember is how fortunate we are as a district. We are a basic aid district, so our liability is much more limited than what other districts in the state are facing right now. So all of these things that we'll be talking about today they're not unique to us. In fact, we are more insulated than most districts in the state, and everyone is experiencing this. So this is not anything that we are going to go through alone. A little bit of background. We're a community-funded district offering some protection from direct federal cuts. However, we're not exempt from them, from indirect or cascading impacts. Federal funding for the 24-25 year appears secure, as well as for the 25 and 26 year. But we could see significant changes in the 26-27 year and beyond. So where is our federal funding? The bulk of it is, you'll hear us collectively refer to them as the titles. So Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and then child nutrition is also a large one. These are the ones I'm going to spend most time on tonight. And also IDEA funding. So this is specifically for special ed, which is approximately 1.3 million. This piece really has not been talked about for being on the chopping block at all. So for child nutrition, this is approximately 1.2 million. It's a federally supported meal program that helps combat food insecurity. What could happen if this program were to go away? Cuts could increase food security, increasing higher chronic absenteeism, and worsening academic outcomes. The board could choose to fill the gap. I'm seeing that I had a note for myself to add in the cost there. So the board, the child nutrition program right now, the federal government fills a portion of it and the state fills the rest. That's how we have feeding for all students. If the federal government stops providing this funding, the state could decide to make up the entirety of it. I don't know if the state could handle that though for all school districts. So there could be a change to the level of support if we get from the federal government and also what's coming from the state. So this could mean that all districts in the state are faced with, do we want to make up the difference, or do we want to start charging for meals again? But we're really not sure. And in California, it seems like meals for all seem very much here to stay because we've had such high utilization of the school meals across the state. For Title I programs, 434,000. So this supports our at-risk students and family engagement, including additional staff at Castro. This lists out the different staff, homeless children and youth services, a 1.5 McKinney-Vento. And then these are things that cuts could lead to: a decrease in response to student behaviors and increase in behavior incidences, leading to lower student achievement, less direct support to new immigrant students, fewer parent engagement events, and longer front office response times, increase in chronic absenteeism, and navigating behaviors among McKinsey-Vento student groups. Title II funding, so this strengthens educator quality, new teacher induction and coaching, professional development for principals, staff, and site leaders. So these items are things that are in our budget right now for Title II. Cuts could lead to challenges in recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers, fewer supports for new and developing educators, and increased turnover and stability. Title III, about $200,000. This supports English learners, professional development on ELD strategies, supplemental instruction materials and curriculum, such as English 3D and Read 180, newcomer online programs and digital resources. So this could reduce progress for our English language proficiency and academic achievement for our EL students. So for each of these items, as we're talking through this, the board could choose to use general fund money to support these programs. The next one expands access to technology and coding programs, TechSmart Middle School Coding Elective, teacher training and computer science via coding bootcamp and ongoing coaching. So the cuts could lead to a reduction in technology-related elective offerings. These are our IDEA funds for special ed. All of these pieces that we're providing using these federal funds, these are required services that we have to provide. So if this were to go away, the board really wouldn't have a choice on what to do here. We would simply use general fund money to help our special ed program. I'm going to skip going through this piece unless you'd like me to. This kind of talks about how we use IDEA funds. And I think this is maybe more of where we wanted to spend our time, the possible pressures that we might experience as a district if that safety net from the federal government were to disappear. So expanded food assistance. Why? Cuts to nutrition programs such as SNAP would increase food insecurity. SNAP is the largest federal nutrition assistance program in the United States. It provides monthly benefits on an electronic benefits transfer or EBT card that low-income individuals and families can use to buy food at grocery stores, farmers markets, and other retailers. Some of us might know these as the old term was food stamps. So needed services. Our local food banks are going to be impacted if this were to go away. Weekend backpack food programs for students would be something that we might want to consider. Free or subsidized meal programs funded by cities or nonprofits. So we'll probably see much more food insecurity if this were to be relieved or to go away. Sometimes what we notice is, especially during COVID, what became apparent is schools become kind of a hub for the community because we touch almost every single family in the city. So this could be something where we need to be aware that our students might be hungry as well as our families. The safety.
I can just chime in. Important to note on that last one, just recently attending a meeting at a community services agency, they're worried about the same thing, right? That they're, I think Tom Myers said their budget is 15% at risk, right? For dollars that support their food, largely their food distribution. So, you know, we're going to have more families in need, and there are going to be less agencies to serve them, including us.
So we talked about the safety net shrinking. If federal funds continue to decline and the broader social safety net shrinks, schools will likely be expected to step in even more than they already do. It's hard to know what the need will be, but it could include the following. The board would need to decide how it would want to respond given the limited funding. So basic needs support. So we just talked about food, clothing closets, laundry facilities, health services potentially, expanded school nursing services addressing physical health needs like immunizations, medication management and screenings, vision and dental screenings. So we offer these in a limited capacity right now for students that need the help. On-campus clinics, which we currently do not have, might be something that we'd have to look into. Mental health and social emotional services, counseling for trauma, grief and anxiety, which often rise during times of economic strain, behavioral interventions specialists, family counseling referrals and partnerships with outside providers. I think we provide quite a bit of counseling now, but we know that when things get hard, we may need to provide more. Housing stability assistance, increased McKinney-Vento homeless student supports, helping families connect to housing resources and shelter services, and providing temporary safe spaces, possibly during school breaks. Because if our students are unhoused, there could be nowhere to go during the school day when there's no school. Workforce and family support, adult ESL classes, financial literacy, job training, and resume workshops for parents, parent leadership and advocacy training, student academic and behavioral support, newcomer language services, student behavior supports at the sites. So in summary, while we are a community-funded district, our status offers us a degree of insulation, but federal cuts could still impact critical student supports, force difficult decisions, and compromise efforts towards academic recovery and equity. Proactive planning, once more is known, will be important. I think one thing that we want to be mindful of is there are so many different things that could happen right now. And I think it's good to know that we're forward looking, watching what's happening. But we really can't plan too much right now. I know that when this initially started, most of the CBOs, we were talking, okay, what does this mean? What does this mean? But because there's no certainty, we really can't plan for any of this. So I think just having the conversation tonight, knowing that these things may come, but when they come is when we're going to start to plan. Any questions?
Sure.
Or conversation maybe is more.
No question, what is the plan? We have $4.5 million here roughly, and clearly these services are critical for the community in Mountain View, and almost we're by definition tasked with providing these services because nobody else can fill the needs, as you suggested. So, yeah, it's easy to say, yeah, the money comes out of the general fund, but something has to get cut. So, and that's, that's the real decision, and that's, yeah. So how do we balance the books and provide these needed services and give the kids the education that they deserve?
I mean, I think you're absolutely right to say that the general fund is not a never-ending supply, because it's not. There is a limit to what our general fund can support. So that's when we know what is going to occur, where we'd have to start to talk about what things are we considering priorities? What things do we want to make sure that we have happen, and what things are not as much of a priority for us?
And have you thought about those? Do you have ideas? I'm really putting you on the.
I have my own personal ideas, but I think those decisions are really board decisions and not necessarily mine. If that were to come.
I think we need the specific recommendations, right? Of how that's balanced out.
I think when we get there, if we get there, we would have recommendations that would come, we would give. I know there would be feedback process where we go out to the community, and I'm taking Jeff's job right now. But this wouldn't be something that we would have in one board meeting where we'd say, here are Rebecca's top choices or things that you guys should do, and then go from there. This would be a back and forth discussion between the community, the board, and the district as we get through this. And the good thing is this is a 2-year runway. This is nothing that we need to decide within the next few months. We have the time to get what's nice. I mean, it's not nice, but what is positive is because the federal government moves so slowly sometimes, although not recently. But the budget is set. So we don't have to turn on a dime and make a change today. We would have the time to go through this.
And I think it's that idea of thoughtfulness, as Rebecca was saying, and also recognizing our responsibility not to create an alarming situation where it's not warranted, right? We will, as she said, we will have time to respond. But I also think we want to be cautious about raising that alarm when it's not necessary yet.
Trustee Conley.
Thank you. I would love, if it's possible, for us to send a letter on behalf of our board to our congressional representatives outlining what these fiscal impacts would be for our district specifically. I know Representative Liccardo is new in his role, and so having that detailed information, has it already been done?
No, but he'll be at the CSA ribbon cutting tomorrow morning.
Well, he deserves the letter. And I know there was a lot of staff work that went into pulling all of this information together, but also for our Senate representatives. I think keeping people apprised of the impacts on the communities they represent is something that, we're responsible for, but we also need to be advocating up and keeping our federal and state representatives informed. Maybe we send it to our state representatives as well. There's also going to be some big cuts to Head Start possibly. And so we're looking at impacts in preschool. We're looking at impacts in the preparation of the children coming to us as a district and their academic preparation and access to enriching opportunities before they even arrive on our steps. And so something we might want to consider is folding in here, what are those preschool impacts? Do we at some point consider expanding our preschool programs or providing more subsidized placements within our preschool programming as those Head Start programs disappear, or trying to partner with the city around expanding childcare offerings just citywide? They have a program over at, is it Stepping Stones or Learning Links? I always confuse the two. They have a very, very small preschool site at Ringsworth Park. It's Learning Links, thank you. And I mean, it's tiny, yet one of their purported goals is enhancing access to childcare within Mountain View. We have sites, we have Google sites that may become, something that can be used because Google canceled their contracts with us for leasing those sites. So can we look at or explore opportunities if the city really wants to engage in that process to expand preschool access within our community in some way? And that's all of my comments for now. Thank you.
So any more questions? Any members of the public wish to speak on this? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Trustee oh, a little late, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Liu.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentations. I just have a comment regarding nutrition. I have noticed, even though we have, there are free food, doing like starting from the pandemic onward, the quality of food have decreased significantly and is continued to do so. And I was just hoping, if that's something that we can look at, provide kids with more nutritious food, even maybe offer a program where there's free food, but there's even like maybe like, a combination of free food, but then also options of being paid program. Because I think currently the food in the elementary school are being made at Cruden and then being brought to all the elementary school and reheat, with the exception of like the veggies and being cut and everything there. But everything else is like prepackaged, preheat. There's a lot of plastic exposure to that as well. And we have all these nice kitchen. And I don't know if that's something that can be utilized, because I mean, otherwise it's just sitting there unused. And looking at other districts where they have, like a robust team making food for their kids. See, like Santa Clara Unify, amazing jobs. So I just wanted to bring up that nutrition comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment about this. I'm stepping into an area that I'm not quite an expert on, but I think a lot about. For various reasons, one could easily see that we're moving into an era where government spending, federal or state, is just not what it used to be. And these kind of programs that we're used to being funded, it's not going to happen anymore, or going to be a lot less. And so that, it's not only just, it's a matter of cutting other programs and bringing money in, but also to really think hard about how we can get other sources of funding as a community, and not from the governments. And much more of the burden is going to be put on communities to provide these, call them social services and social support. Just my opinion and my thought, seen as a longer range longer range sort of financial strategy than just thinking about filling in gaps, this year, next year, or the following year. This is a long-term, change in economics. So make it even more challenging. Trustee Conley?
Trustee DeFazio.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think it's useful, I think like Superintendent Baird noted, to not raise the alarms yet, but it's, we have runway now where we can kind of start planning and start making sure we're aware of the scope of potential cuts, and then also the scope of the services we provide, right? I think as we noted during COVID, right, like during an emergent situation, we will often, as a school, our scope will expand for things that we previously didn't do as much of. And I think we need to be prepared for, if things happen, knowing how we expand that and how we kind of adjust that in our priorities. So I think this is a good primer for all of us to get ready for budget discussions and things where we're going to have to set priorities. I think personally, I do not think we should go to paid food for anyone. I think I want to keep that as a universal program for all of our folks, but we can discuss that more, I think, when we actually do budget discussions and stuff if we need to. But yeah, thank you.
Trustee Henry?
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's important to have the numbers and to be having those things in our heads as we're, continuing to look for more information, to be proactive about gathering information. But I also just wanted to add my support to Trustee Conley's suggestion of putting these into a letter from us to our elected representatives. We know they are aware of these issues in the abstract, but having numbers and things that they can cite, and honestly just their education, because they have a lot of issues they deal with. So I think it's really important to have, you've pulled the information, provide it to them.
And we'll make sure that's done.
So I'm worried about federal cuts in funding. I'm almost equally as worried about a recession and the impacts that would have on our state funding and our change in assessed value year to year. I think when we look at our budget down the line, that's where we would anticipate a bigger hit than necessarily these federal cuts. And so much of that is up in the air and uncertain right now. We don't, and tariffs as well, and inflation. I mean, there's a lot of budget things that could be on our plate in the future. I always have, and I still view schools as institutional resource brokers. We are this special place within the community, as you noted, that families trust, and we can serve as a nexus for connecting people to the different resources that they need. And at the end of the day, it all supports our students in the classroom. If a child is not fed, if a child does not have a place to sleep that is safe, if a child is having mental health crises and needs support, all of those things impact their learning in the classroom and impact their peers and our larger community. So I appreciate that. I think our community in Mountain View has been a great supporter of our public schools. We had our bond and parcel oversight committee presentations earlier this evening, and we're going to have to continue to stay abreast of the changes to come. We may have to make hard decisions in the future, but there's a little bit of a buffer right now. And at the end of the day, I think we're going to have to balance making sure that our students can stay afloat while also balancing our own budget internally.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Westover. You can stay up there for the next one.
I'm up here for a while.
This is an action item, adoption of resolution number 03050825, and dealing with issues with Measure B and Measure AA parcel tax.
So this is very similar to what the board did when we passed Measure T. We're combining the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee. So ordinarily, you would have two Parcel Tax Oversight committees, one for Measure B and one for AA, but this would combine that committee into one committee. So they would finish out the audit for our previous parcel tax, Measure B, and then they would pick up right when Measure AA starts and start overseeing those funds. So it kind of just makes it a seamless transition.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none. Any comments? Trustee Conley?
I make a motion that the board approve resolution number, approve and adopt resolution number 03-050825, establishing the Measure B and Measure AA Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, assigning oversight of Measure B and Measure AA funds to the Measure B and Measure AA Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, and adopting new bylaws for this Parcel Tax Oversight Committee.
Second.
A motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee DeFazio to approve and adopt the resolution number 03-050825 as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next item is also an action item, resolution number 04-050825, temporary delegation of contract authority for summer operations.
So this is based on our discussion that we had last time. The resolution is included in the board packet. A couple of things I wanted to point out tonight. So the last whereas is where I tried to capture what I thought I heard the board voicing. So it says the board wishes to delegate authority in this resolution focused only for essential operational and instructional needs, and specifically not for contracts intended for non-essential employee benefits or discretionary incentives. So listening to the conversation, the goal is to make sure district operations continue during the summer, that if we need to buy classroom texts, that we're able to do so. Also, I wanted to point out that at the top, that this authority it must be ratified by the board. So everything is going to come back to you. So you're going to see it when we begin the school year. Any
Do you
questions?
have any questions?
This would potentially, I don't think it is part of what we, from the discussion last time, I don't think it's part of what we were putting in there. But if there were things that were outside of the operational or instructional needs, then we would be calling a special meeting and we would come in and do that, which I think is reasonable.
Don't see any more questions. Open it up to public comment. Any members of the public like to speak on this item? I don't see any. I'll bring it back to the board for comment. My only comment is I like the wording. I think it's well written. I would prefer having at least one board member, mainly the president, just run an eyeball through things before they're approved. I'm not hung up on that, but I think it's a good idea to just have one other person take a look at things. It's just sound practice. But the language is excellent. Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I think in general, we need to be, I think, pragmatic about kind of the risks that we're taking with such thing. Delegating authority is inherently a risk where we're giving someone the power to do something that we should be, or we can, we have as our own, but we, in the interests of actually having a functioning and efficiently moving school district, we want to, in certain circumstances, delegate that authority. I think it's important for us as we go forward to really think through what are the risks we're taking on by delegating that authority, because eventually we will get to a place where we want sufficient oversight guardrails that we put into place and such sufficient practices that we're working through, but not overly constrain the operations of the district. And I think, naturally and correctly right now, we're in a protective stance and we're trying to make sure we don't repeat the same mistakes that we have in the past. But I think eventually we will want to figure out what's working well, figure out what's unnecessarily restrictive, and kind of go forward and move to there. We're not there yet, but I know we can get there. So I think I'm supportive of this. I think I would have like tweaks about like maybe an ad hoc committee or a board member or something, but I don't think we need to overly complicate this.
Trustee Henry?
I'll just say I'm comfortable with this resolution as it's written, with things coming to the board in August for ratification, with the limitations that are written into it. I also want to just mention that I appreciate that even on the consent agenda, I think there was a contract for, some of the professional development days in August, where some of those things are kind of being put in front of us already before going into the summer. So I think I appreciate that where, if there going to be some kind of other types of things that are going to happen, to the extent that those things can come up at the last couple of board meetings, that would be great. So that it really is focusing on those things that come up in the course of the summer.
Any other comments? We have a motion.
I move to approve resolution number 04-050825, temporary delegation of contract authority for summer operations.
I second. Motion by trustee Henry, a second by trustee Lambert, that the board adopt the resolution, approve the resolution giving temporary delegation of contract authority for summer operations as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Westover. Next item, it's also an action item, staff housing project. That will be presented by Superintendent Mayor.
Yes, I want to welcome back Peter Ingram, who we have engaged with as a consultant as we navigate the workforce housing project. So Peter, welcome back.
Thank you. Trustees, Board President, good evening. So the action item in front of you tonight is a rent credit, a one-time rent credit for inconveniences experienced by our residents at the new building. And this is recognizing that their experience being tenants there as the pioneers has been impacted by things beyond our control for sure. That relate to amenities mostly on the side of the development that's not completed yet. And so your staff and project team have come up with what we believe is a straightforward, simple to explain, fair rent credit for this. And I think it's fair to say that when in doubt, we've always sort of tilted toward the benefit and toward the tenants in their favor. I can walk through it with you in honor of the late hour. I'm happy to just quickly highlight a few things and then hear your questions and comments. I think that the key things that I wanted to point out is we do have a fairly detailed budget that is projecting ahead to the year 2026 for the maintenance and upkeep of all those shared amenities, where our side of the development pays 20% of that. So we have a number we can back into with a number of our units to come up with a daily rate. So it's straightforward. I don't think that budget's going to change much. It may get some adjustments, but it's probably pretty solid for the basis of the rent credit. And the period that it's effective is important, that it basically picks up from the very first day of first move-ins and continues to the point where we know that, for example, the library facilities are in place and ready to go. So that's what's in front of you as a recommendation. I think I'll just pause there to see what questions you may have and or hear comments.
Okay, I have no questions about specifically these amenities, but I do have an ancillary question about, are the other services being provided for the tenants, such as the garbage and the washer and dryer?
Yes, thank you. So some updates on some of the things we talked about over the last few meetings. So far as we know, the U.S. Postal Service has formally recognized us as a real address in the world. And so we are in the process of getting clarity on exactly what residents need to do to get mail delivery to the building. It's probably a 2 to 3 week process of change of address. So we're getting clarifying specific clarity on that so that we can guide our residents and not put them through things they don't want to go through. The garbage service has improved greatly. I was on the site Friday with an appraiser who was going through the whole building, and she opened every door and every floor for things like laundry rooms and garbage. And they were spotlessly clean, shiny, empty, and there was nothing in the chutes. So it seems like things have settled down and it's becoming manageable. Um, the the common area furniture, the great majority of it has been delivered and installed as of last week. There's 2 more deliveries. We're waiting for firm delivery dates that are smaller in quantity, but fill in the gaps that were left by the first one. Um, and then on the warranty side of the world, where the general contractor's warranty team is now coming back and correcting problems that are more, they're not construction problems, they're warranty with either quality of work or materials. We have a really competent warranty manager on their team who's in contact with us every day. They're very responsive. So we feel confident that they understand that, no, there's people living in the building. They have expectations. They're paying lots of money in rent. And so we feel like we're being taken care of quite well. So I think those are the key ones that stand out in my mind.
And the laundry?
The laundry, thanks to your staff, you have, let's see, let me get this right. There's 2 pairs of machines on every floor as, yes, 10 machines total in place as of last Friday, I believe. Yeah. They're spigots, they're brand new. They're so shiny, they hurt your eyes. So the laundry rooms are up and running, and we're still waiting for a firm delivery on the permanent machines and how to toggle from what's there to those. We'll be working with your team on that as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I
Trustee
just want to
Sullivan?
say that's wonderful news. That's especially the laundry, but all of that is great news.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
There's still going to be 2 to 3 weeks out for mail delivery. Is that what I heard?
To change it to a permanent delivery at the building in mailboxes, yes. So whatever they're getting now, whether it's delivered to your district office and then being transferred over, or whatever arrangements they have currently, they'll need to do one more, and then they'll have service right inside the building in the mailboxes in the hallway.
Any further questions? Any member of the public wish to speak on this item? I do not see any. Bring it back to the board for comments. So thank you. I feel this is completely appropriate. So, would like to make a motion?
Yep, I'm happy to make a motion that the board approve implementation of the MVW at the 7's staff housing construction inconvenience rent credits as presented.
Second.
A motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee DeFazio that the board approve implementation of Mountain View Westman at the 7 staff housing construction inconvenience rent credits as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And President Lambert, if I may, I hope we can also notify the city or the members of the housing committee about this, that this was passed, and share it with them so that they can also update their community members.
When is the next meeting of the advisory committee?
It is in May. Well, we are in May. It is May 22nd at 5:30 p.m. Here will be the Employee Housing Oversight Committee meeting.
Right, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Ingram. Next item, item 10M, discussion, first reading of board policies and board bylaws. And Mr. Bauer will start off.
I think first half, we're gonna hand over to Mr. DeFazio. I'll take the last policy. Need to bring that up.
Present the slides. I'll try to be,
She's getting it.
oh yeah, I'll try to be brief as we were mentioning, it's a late hour. And I imagine all the folks have read through all the policies, but so yeah, this is the next little mini batch we've got from the policy committee recommendations. So similar to last time, so we had the CSBA March 2025 batch, we had some board member requests, we had staff recommendations, and we have these outputs. Policies going to be accompanied by an administrative regulation that implements them. Next slide, please. So the theme for around these ones was student support. These all came from the March CSBA batch. There's suicide prevention, individual education program, and NPS NPA for special education, which is public non-sectarian school and agency for special education. Next slide, please. So these were all existing policies that we had, which just had some updates. So I'll probably skip through. I put some high-level points for what the existing policies are here. So having suicide prevention policies mandated by Ed Code. We're requiring measures and strategies for suicide prevention, intervention, et cetera. And then we are to review and update this at least every 5 years. That's our existing policy here. So the major salient updates that I wanted to highlight here, and Trustee Henry, jump in if you miss anything. One recommendation is to consider funding for hiring a school mental health professional, which is SB 1318. This is in cases where we don't necessarily have coverage or don't have them at schools. The recommendation in the law is just for us to discuss it and consider it. We don't have to necessarily act. It updates protocols for crisis management. And then eagle-eyed readers might have noticed there was a dangling reference to our board policy around mental health, which we do not currently have. And that defines some of the processes that we'll need to follow in engaging this. So the policy committee will take that in appropriate time and come back with a recommendation for adopting that. Next slide, please. The IEP update is relatively light. It is mostly technical revisions. I think there's a lot more changes in the administrative regulation, but just as a highlight for our IEPs, right? It's just stating we provide full educational opportunities for all the students with exceptional needs, free and appropriate public education, and then developing IEPs, our commitment to developing IEPs for all the students that need them. Next slide, please. And then the non-public, non-sectarian school and agency for special ed. So the existing policy we've got just covers our contracts, and we have to verify that they're certified for anyone we engage with, and their responsibility placement according to the IEP. Our updates are that we check that they agree to serve as a school of origin for the students, and then in a change of certification, we notify within 14 days. These are just the technical legal updates for that. Next slide, please. These are part of just the CSBA's general refresh. So these are not student support. These are more board bylaw. And so this is, oath or affirmation is really just an update here for clarity on who performs the oath and when. So yeah, I'm sure you read the red line version. It's just minor tweaks to that. And then legal protection is requiring liability insurance, and then updated statements on when board members are liable for certain things. These are purely just, the CSBA occasionally revisits policies it has created and sends out samples for, and then just kind of updates them for clarity, checks case law. And so this was part of their just cycle of refreshes. So there wasn't anything significant to consider there. All right. And that's the last.
Great, thank you. Trustee Conley.
Thank you. Thank you to the policy committee for this work and for bringing this forward this evening. We've talked in the past about having the CSBA red lines, but I think what got lost in communication was actually having the gamut poll in the packet. because when you take the CSBA red lines directly from Gamut, it has these little pop-out bubbles where CSBA explains the reasoning or the reference for the change. And frankly, I think that would mean we wouldn't necessarily need a presentation to the board if we had, because right now it just looks like it's the red lines.
We had both in here. There's the first, like if you look at the cover sheet, the first line, CSBA board policy, that's got the boxes. And then the next line, red line, is a red line against ours, which is actually really important, not just a red line against the previous
Okay.
CSBA, but what we had before, because that's how we caught things like the.
So I was reading the redlining one because I was like, well, the CSBA is just going to be this, the blank one. The red line are the changes that we're making for, okay.
Yeah. So that's the why, right?
That's the, yeah, that's the way. All right, my apologies. It is a little odd having a board member do the presentation instead of a staff member. So I might default to the superintendent doing the presentation of the board policies. But I do appreciate all of the work, and my apologies for my own confusion about red line versus not red line. It shows you which one I read.
But yeah, I think it is important also that the just which thing is being redlined against each other, because we don't, I think maybe in December, we had the CSBA versus CSBA red line. And what is being provided here, thanks to the executive assistant, is against our policy, which is how we can catch. Sometimes there are things that have been changed in the past in our policy that aren't in CSBA or things like that.
Right. And we may want to leave those changes as the root of the policy change, right?
Any further comments? Any members of the public wish to speak in this item? Oh,
My question is just.
okay, hang on, members of the public.
When
Trustee
we
Reed.
do these changes, how does that get filtered down to at the staff level and at the site level?
Right. So it depends on obviously the policy, right? But if it's a change that has a substantive effect, then we'll bring it to leadership team. Right? Bring it to cabinet. We'll bring it to leadership team, and then again, it's hard. There's no blanket answer for every policy, because some of them may require a direct contact with staff at the school site, and depending on what the policy is, which staff it affects. But generally, I would think we'd bring it to LT for leadership team first, and then disseminate the information there, and principals may deliver that, or it may be something that we send out broadly to the staff. Again, it's hard to give a single answer because it would really depend on what the policy is.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments from the board?
Is there a policy in particular you're thinking of, Trustee Reed?
Not necessarily, well, a little bit. There was some issues with how I think part of the massive amount of board policy changes were last year in consent agendas was because there was so many outdated, and site staff were operating under old policy that was no longer supported by current ed code, and them not knowing that they are operating on outdated policy, which is why I wanted to be sure that there was a way to notify and that there would be that accountability at the site level that things are changing.
I understand.
Once everything's brought up to date, we won't have to worry about that, right? Okay, any members of the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. Any final comments from the trustees? I don't see any, so we'll move on to the next item, item 10N. First reading of board policy 6144, controversial issues.
Yeah, we pulled this one out separately for a separate discussion. This is board policy 6144, controversial issues, as was stated. This policy is really there to recognize the fact that there will be occasion where topics that are deemed controversial are taught in our classrooms. And this policy provides guidelines for those being taught. I think it does a couple of things. It acknowledges publicly that we as a district recognize that these topics can be taught, will be taught, or expected to be taught in some cases. And it also provides staff with guidelines to deliver that instruction. You could think of it as protections, you could think of it as guidelines. It's actually both. But as you read through the policy, you can see that making sure that opinions are not pushed upon students, right? That it's really about information. It's teaching our kids to be critical thinkers. It's providing both or presenting both sides of situations or topics, and making sure that that there's an expectation of that occurring when those topics are taught.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Any members of the public wishing to speak on this? Do not see any, therefore I'll bring it back to the board for comments.
I would say, connecting it to the earlier question, this is one of those examples where there'll need to be some explicit messaging around this to teaching staff.
Okay, thank you. So this, Trustee Conley?
Oh, thank you, President Lambert. I assume that this and the previous policies will come back on consent next time.
Yes.
And I'm glad that we're doing this. We're one of the only districts in this area. We are the only district in this area that doesn't have this policy incorporated. And so we're kind of playing catch up, but it's good to get it cleaned up.
Trustee DeFazio?
I just want to thank Trustee Conley for referring this to the policy committee for us to consider, make sure we covered this very.
Okay, we still have a couple of closed session items, okay, left. What I suggest doing is we'll do the board updates, items for future agendas, future board meeting dates, and then we'll go to closed session. That will allow Trustee DeFazio to leave as he so chooses before adjournment. Okay, are there any board updates? Trustee Reed?
I was able to attend a session, CSBA's Human Resources and Collective Bargaining and Superintendent Evaluation training. What I find interesting about these CSBA trainings is a lot of them are being infiltrated by teachers. We're seeing a lot more teachers serving on district boards. I postulate it has something to do with, since teachers are the experts in implementation, they are seeing disconnect in what board policies and priorities are and how they get filtered down to the implementation stage. And there's been a lot of pushback at the last few training sessions on how CSBA's model is put forward with regards to, there's a lot of talk about, you hear the term a lot, don't get into the weeds. Trust your superintendent, trust your staff, let them take care of everything. You kind of stay and hover here and let everything kind of take its course. And that's kind of been the focus of a lot of the pushback, because a lot of districts in the area are in a little bit of turmoil, and they want to know ways to prevent situations like this from occurring again. And that that high level, just leave it to your superintendent and staff and don't worry about it kind of narrative hasn't worked. And so they're wanting more in terms of, but tell us how. Like, yes, we understand we're supposed to be the what and we're not supposed to get into the weeds of the how. But if the how isn't working, we're still ultimately responsible to our constituents that it's not working. So then what do we need to do to kind of reel that back in? In stark comparison to the trainings for board members that are provided by CTA, which seems to be a little bit more, providing more proactive routes to finding answers to your questions. I also had the opportunity to attend a session from Bill Daggett. He's an educational leader. And if you've never seen his work, I highly suggest. He is on future focused skills for this new type of student that we have. If you have not had experience with children in the past 5 years or so, what they look like in the classroom is very different. He went over a lot of points on AI integration in education, how relevance plays a role in rigor, instructional transformation, system transformation, and really focusing on what the workforce needs versus what school districts provide and how to bridge that gap. Something that he really stressed was, particularly here in California, where we keep adding standards onto teachers' plates of you need to make sure you cover this and that and this and that, but no standards are ever taken away. And so the amount of stuff teachers have to cover in any given school year is growing, but the school year isn't growing. The instructional days aren't growing. And so what we're ending up creating are a bunch of learners that know a lot of stuff about, know little about a lot, but they aren't reaching mastery level at things, which is what companies want when they're looking for that career transition. Another interesting thing he brought up was this concept of leveraging AI and allowing AI to do a lot of the bulk of the planning and the prep work, and how we utilize it to help ease the workload on our teaching staff and really focus in on creating priorities for education in making sure that our students are reaching mastery level at some of those things, and that we're not just teaching all the standards just to teach all the standards. And one example he brought up was this very high performing school. They took a test. These students were given a test. And as high performing schools show, they ace the test, they're getting A's, but they gave them the same test just a few months later. And they actually reduced the level of detail in that test. But what they found was these really high performing students months later failed the test. And because we have this structure of learning to get to the test, and then we don't need to retain that knowledge. And so we move on to the next standard, and kind of shifting the fundamental view of education to be more skills-based and mastery versus all the standards. So it was very interesting.
Trustee Henry?
I was just going to mention, I know it's kind of event and luncheon season, but in particular, one thing that Superintendent Bear and I both attended last week was the Acknowledge Alliance Forget Me Not Awards evening, where Mr. Benavidez from Graham was honored as Outstanding Educator of the Year. And it was really wonderful to see more than a dozen Graham staff members who attended to celebrate with him. So that was something that was a really nice event, and great to see so much support come out for him.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you. It is event season. So I want to say thank you to the Mountain View Educational Foundation. They held their gala, which I think everyone was at. Yeah. Oh, well, okay. We were almost all there. But, you know, it's a huge lift, and they do such significant work as partners for our school district and supporting all kinds of different programming. And I just want to thank and congratulate their team for holding an excellent gala and having a very successful evening. There was also the SCCSBA Hoffman Awards were last night at Metro Ed, and I attended that. And it was very inspiring. There were 6 different awardees this year. But one of the programs that received recognition, Santa Clara County or Santa Clara Unified School District, has a very similar reading intervention program to what we have. They started it about a year earlier and have seen significant gains as well. So I'm looking forward to our data coming out of the program again this year, having seen how their program grew over multiple years. And today was the Challenge Team Luncheon. There were quite a few of us there to support Challenge Team and the award recipients at that event. And finally, I'll be attending the CSBA Board of Directors meeting next, Board of Directors and Delegate Assembly meetings next Thursday through Sunday in Sacramento. So if you have any pressing issues you want me to make sure to get into people's ears while I'm there, do feel free to reach out because it's a great time for me to learn from and connect with trustees from all over the state.
Okay, thank you. Move on to item 12, items for future agendas. So just one clarification with this is that, I guess in talking with Trustee DeFazio, that the board bylaws do say that, although the board bylaws do say that if trustee wants to put something on the agenda, they have to write a letter to the superintendent and the president, and if then it's put on the agenda at the appropriate time, and if it's not put on the agenda, then the item comes back to the board and the board votes on it. But as we discussed, that does not preclude members of the board from simply requesting that future items be put on the agenda. Okay, that's just, and it would be nice to have that policy clarified, but that's how we're interpreting it at the moment, and I presume going forward.
Can I recommend that the policy committee take up, part of this is because the original, the older policy did have this, more of this process in place, and it was deliberately changed. So the intent of the new policy was to not have this process, which I have, if we want to change it, let's change it. But I do think there should be a policy fixed for this. I'm never a fan of having a policy that says one thing and a practice that is another, or a policy that says one thing with specific intent and then a practice that is another.
I will suggest that you review all of our neighboring districts and how their policies are written and their practices, and their policies identical to ours, and mostly we have a specific red line, I think, difference around subject matter being within the jurisdiction, but other than that, they're identical to us, and all of them do a similar thing where either through norms, things are requested to be put on the agenda. But
I may go back and rewatch the last time we discussed this as a board because it was a intense discussion, as President Lambert remembers.
Specifically interpreted as you don't bring up.
Yeah,
you do
and
not
so
introduce.
it was a very specific vote for the policy.
we could
If
vote now that
it is agendized, we don't have any information for the public here.
yes, we could.
So if we want to have a vote, we at least need to provide information for the public.
We can agendize our clarification of the future of the how to put future agenda.
I would just add one other thing, which I think would be useful is to also include in there a way for members of the public to request something be put on the board.
What, oh, you mean within the meeting itself? Or we have a formal process that's already in the policy.
Excuse me?
That is in the policy. A community member can write
We have
in.
a policy.
It is within the policy. It has to be
in
10.
this policy.
Yes, it's in there. I think it's worth bringing this policy back. Administrative regulations are where that practice piece is. So maybe we need to look at the ARs for other districts and our AR, but I don't have an issue changing it.
I'm skeptical that anyone differs from ours in any significant way. We looked at the handful of adjacent school districts, and they're all identical.
This is a board bylaw.
Yes. Okay, not a board policy. Okay. Then I think we need to provide information to the public and have a formal vote as a board.
Yeah.
Just because the discussion and the vote was very specific, it, you know,
And over the last several, at least a couple of years, different members of the public have interpreted.
Plausibly, that's actually just a ruling of the chair, I would imagine, on how that bylaw is interpreted, which would be a vote. But I think we can just bring back an agenda item to discuss.
I'm happy to submit a formal request for an agenda item to the board president and the
Say I
superintendent.
already have several months ago,
Thank you.
along with other ones that have not made it yet to the board. I was waiting for this, partly for this committee to be formed. Anyway, let's move on to future board. Any items for future agendas? Don't see any. But I do think it's good that we bring them up even in our discussions, saying that we should have discussions on things. And that's also a very acceptable way to me. Future board meeting dates, we have, I guess the next one is in 3 weeks, May 29th. Then we have the final one on the academic year on June 12th. Have the board governance calendar is posted. And with that, we will adjourn the open session. Adjourn the open session. We have at, what is it? Here we go. 9:43. We still have items C1 and C2 in a closed session to address, and Trustee DeFazio will be recusing himself. Yeah, we probably should.
I make a motion to extend the meeting until
10:30.
30, sure.
10:30 PM.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move to closed session now. Calling the open session back to order at 9:55. There's no reportable action taken during closed session. And no other comments from the trustees. I will adjourn the meeting at 9:55.